Hey, gang. How's it going?
Oh, hey, Denny.
Hi.
Hey, Teni.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to Play Dicely. Session number 47. Nothing weird coming into this episode. Hi. Yeah, Teni Dicely, I'm going to be your game master this evening, and it's so great to have you here. You know, it's been 2 weeks. It's been a weird 2 weeks, actually. Anyway, hi! These are our friends. Let's go say hi to them. This isn't the weirdest start I've ever done.
Has it been a weird
Sure,
2
yeah,
weeks because you've been under your desk that entire time?
Is that where I was?
Is that the bit?
Oh, okay. Did someone forget to turn off the portal underneath Denny's desk again?
It's
Oh,
totally
shit.
the entrance to his demi-plane.
His Denny plane?
yeah.
Oh.
And
I'm gonna
everyone
head
knows.
We peaked.
Yeah. And everyone knows I
Unbelievable.
can't take care of my own portals, so that's what the cast is for.
Yeah, how do you take care of it when you're in the portal? Obviously.
I'm just a DM shunted into a closet until the next session, which they pull me back out.
It's true.
No, but I mean, like, no, it's been a weird couple of weeks. Like, I had a sleep clinic test. It was very strange. Just getting into some personal stuff now. So that was an experience. I was like sick the last few days. Started a new job.
Wait, I wonder if you got sick from the sleep clinic because I got sick when I went to the sleep. Blah, 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 blah.
Well, I mean, it was after the sleep clinic that I got sick.
Yeah,
So.
I got a fucking cold. It's been a minute, right? I got a freaking cold.
Well, I'll find out in post on the VOD.
Just to overdub it with something Denny says.
Yeah.
I got
Fridging.
fidging.
Encouraging.
Oh, thank you, Kumbala, on the congrats. It's going well. I'm enjoying it. I do feel like a proper producer. Christy has a bunch of upgraded equipment now. Getting the
At
gear
some
to the
point
crew.
tonight, I might be taller. It won't really read for you guys. You'll just see the upper half of my art, but it's going to be really exciting. So stay tuned for that.
Oh gosh, eventually I'll get
She'll
the
all
Patreon.
turn on our standing desks at the same time.
Yeah, let's all just
Ooh,
start
I'm
like
here.
I'm going to go out of frame. Goodbye.
Wow.
Yeah, my standing
I
desk
was
that
about to
use
say
when
is-
I game and I
Yeah.
stand.
Yeah.
That's right.
Huh. I was gonna
Nice
ask if
standing
this
desk,
was.
Adam.
Oh, Adam, yours is so powerful.
I have
Yeah.
a laying desk.
I like that his chair also got deeper as his desk went up.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's a feature,
That must be
not a
like a
bug.
more expensive model because I don't have that.
Oh,
Down.
I was wondering if that was going to be a classist joke or not, but we went with it. It worked. Just half the cast doesn't have
worked?
standing desks. The classism for me is I didn't learn English, and it's my first language. All right,
It's
let's
my
get on with
only
this.
language.
I don't have any announcements for the channel per se. Continuing to spur ideas for other things, like Patreon is on the mind. I don't know what the heck we could possibly give you guys. So if anybody out there has ideas of things you would love to pitch toward and get things back from us in a Patreon sort of way, I'm not well versed in that, but if anyone has ideas, yeah, please hit us up. I'd love to hear cool things that we could try and do. Otherwise, where's Anthony gone?
He went to the
Disappeared.
mountains.
Oh, he's on. He's on
he's-
the ship.
He's on a ship.
Yeah.
Kind of both.
He didn't get a standing desk. He got like a multi-dimensional traveling desk.
That's
so
way
it glitches
cooler,
out
actually.
sometimes, and then he kind of isn't there anymore.
Well-
so. Oh.
Oh. Hey, oh.
Oh, okay, yeah. He's in the vacation realm, so
Hey.
he's yelling, but his mic's not picking it up. But
He's muted.
oh, he's
Y'all
also
need something, or
I like.
what's happening?
I mean, I don't remember what order we usually do things because this is such a weird intro to our show. But I was gonna go over to you and see if you wanted to thank the followers we got since
Oh
our last
yeah,
session.
they're right here with me. Hold on. Hey. Oh yeah. Here, cheers. Yeah. Okay, a couple new followers joined us recently. We got Vapolian born to party. That guy's a real wacko, but I love him. He's crazy, but I love him. And then
He's a wacko.
He's wacko, right?
Yeah.
And then we got Matthew Winkler. Man knows how to make a drink, I'll tell you what. So I decided to take him out on the Play Dicely yacht here, and we're just having a good time. So
Wait a minute. We have a yacht?
yeah,
No,
man.
Anthony, we're not supposed to tell him. That's just for us.
What?
Look,
Guys,
he
it's
was
the play-
gonna find out eventually, okay?
It's the SS players only.
I see how it goes. You guys shut me into a closet for 2 weeks and then you go to the yacht.
Look, man, it's a standing invitation. It just means you have to stand on the yacht.
You have to standing desk on the yacht?
Hey, there you
Yeah.
go. So everybody bring your standing desk and we'll go to the yacht together. And hey, if you want to hang out at the Play Dicely yacht, that doesn't actually exist, follow Play Dicely. Thank you.
So you can be shout out like these cool people who followed since last session. Thank you, Anthony. Ryan, no, I haven't consulted with you before the session, but how you doing?
I'm distressed, Denny. I
Oh.
just learned that there's a yacht that I haven't been invited to. And I assume there's a group chat as well. And I assume it's a club where everybody's got standing desks. I'm sensing a theme, Denny. But you know what I got? I got something they don't got. I got Timmy Tabletop. Just like you, Denny. You and I, we got Timmy Tabletop. His beautiful music. And you know what? You can have it too if you're willing to spend $5 a month. Well, I guess it would depend on where you are in the world, but it's fun. You get yourself a Starbucks coffee, throw it in the trash, and then go get yourself some tabletop audio, okay? That's how it's
Am I
done.
made of money? What are you talking about?
Well, you do have a standing desk. We already figured out we're the 1%.
Yeah, I
True.
am not that. I don't have the standing desk, but I can't afford a Starbucks coffee. So go to tabletopaudio.com and get yourself some juicy Timmy tunes for your tabletop adventures.
Thank you, Ryan. And in celebration of that, I have turned on some tropical music, but that might be a bit too much.
I think that's not enough.
Oh,
feel like-
boy.
More party atmosphere, the better.
Which also reminds me I should organize myself so I remember to include this particular song in the credits on YouTube. All right. But with that all out of the way, how's about we get to some Dungeons and Dragons?
Oh,
Yeah, I'll just
boy.
swim over. Give me a sec.
All right. Well, okay. Well, he's gone, but I'll do the recap. I'm sure he'll get here in time for that. All right. Where we left off. There we go. The Zeekers had found the Druid Enclave in the clouds above the Rinzar Peaks, a village in the sky. They also discovered the source of void within the Enclave, this swirling cloud of necrotic mist that seemed concentrated on a figure within an open-roofed temple, stuck in the eye of this swirling storm. Drac attempted to turn the mist with his divine magic, but it responded by reanimating the Enclave's former keeper, a storm giant woman now fueled by the void. And so began the toughest fight the Seekers had faced up to this point. Radiant beams of energy shooting between quartz gems, smaller mists corrupting nearby spirits, and the wind itself forcing characters into melee with the now void giant. Nell, with support from the party, released the entity within the iron flask that they had found in the Alumbrite ruin. And a Dao genie named Domino joined the fray, played by special guest Jason Thompson. But even with the aid of their own elemental companion, the Seekers were dropping. First Eloin, which prompted a terrifying revelation when Azaria tried to heal her, falling unconscious within a certain distance of the giant meant immediate death. Drac began to quickly cast Revivify as people continued to fall. Then it was Nell. Then Abe. Nell was revived. And then Drac fell. Nell honed into her martial training and made the killing strike on the former keeper and seemingly rid the Enclave of the void presence. However, Drac and Abe were still dead, and Nell had only one Revivify scroll left. Drac was chosen to be brought back to life. However, having just freed the Archdruid Huiyan from the swirling mist, Drac implored them to save Abe. And the Archdruid, this crystal dragonborn, instructed Drac where to find the material components that he would need, and Drac ran off and retrieved those. In a weak state himself, Huiyan performed the ritual for Abe, with assistance from the party, and Abe making a roll for himself to see if he would return, and rolling a natural 20, had his eyes and soul shard flare up once more again with blue. The party, exhausted, said goodbye to their unexpected ally Domino, who then invited them to the eternal concert on the elemental plane of Earth, before ripping open a rift to take him back to his home plane and leaving behind one of his instruments. We ended our session at that point where the party gained 2 levels, Gideon's pistol magically upgraded, and Azaria and Drac both received blessings from the Archdruid Huiyan. And so that brings us back to where we are now. However, I'm actually going to take us a few moments before that point. And Abe, you find yourself a substanceless. You're just a blue outline of your former self. And you are standing in this ethereal, smoky place where you can't quite see far off in many different directions. However, you look down at your hands and they are this blue light of contour around human hands. This is your human body, soul. But you find yourself compelled moving forward. You are following behind a black-robed figure from head to toe. Occasionally, they look back over their shoulder, and you could see this white mask with 2 blank holes where eyes would be. And then they kind of disregard you and continue walking. And you get the sense that you should be following them. Eventually, though, they come to a point where they raise a hand back to you. A portion of their robe raises what you might imagine might be a hand underneath, and they seem fixated off to the side of their current path, like they're staring at something on the ground. However, it is all just gray mist, similar to that room you had been in with the Lord Keeper in the Alumbrite ruin. You get the sense that you've died. And as you're waiting for this individual to give you further word or further instruction, almost like if you were underwater and a octopus or a squid suddenly shot ink, this dark cloudiness kind of obstructs your vision, and that black-robed figure is now gone, and so is the gray mist all about you. Behind you, you feel a presence. Not the one that was just with you either. And you turn around to face that. And you see, similar in fashion to yourself, how you were just kind of a contour of your previous self. This individual is contoured in red. They are sitting cross-legged. However, despite that, they are almost 2 feet taller than you. A hulked-out body. Long, taloned fingers scraping across an invisible ground. And despite that, sparks fly up as their claws scrape along, almost toyingly. You recognize the individual that you had cleansed yourself of back in Valenbridge. And he says to you,
I have finally found you. Seems you've passed on, have you?
Abe will kind of slide his foot back into a, defensive, kind of hands up, almost like a boxing stance, and say,
You should be dead. Well, you know how many times I've fallen in battle? You wouldn't kill me. You're just lucky you won the body, Possessor. You're lucky you had help, too. I'm sure if it had just been you and I and the ferryman, there would have been no contest.
And here I am, alone now.
And how lucky for you that I have actually come here with a different intention. I've come with an offering.
An offering.
So, I don't know whether it was your intent to become involved with us, but you are now tangled up in our web. Me, the loyal to a fault, chosen, and now you. But the other guy, he plans to keep helping Melton to fulfill his purpose. But I was the first, and I grew too strong. And now I want to kill Melton. And I think we can help each other.
How would you go about killing Meldon?
Well, you see, that's going to be part of the trade. So, here's what I propose to you. I lend you some of my strength, as I've been collecting much power from Melton over the centuries. You see, he's no god. He doesn't create power from nothing, he lends it. And he continues to lend it, and I don't give it back. He tries to reset us by having us get killed by powerful warriors, so that all the power goes back to him, and he gets to redistribute it again. But each time we've died, I held on to a little bit more every time. And the more power we have, the weaker he gets. So, you and I could combine our powers. Just the two of us, not the ferryman. However, you seem like somebody who's trying to get something done at least. I help you do whatever it is you're trying to do. But once it's done, you give up the body to me. So I can go kill Melton.
What if I was the one to kill Meldon?
I wouldn't be a big fan of that. You are so fresh. What kind of a grudge could you possibly hold against Melton in comparison to me? I am a hunger unending. I have killed thousands of souls on his behalf just for him to try and toss me aside so that he could become a god. I will kill Melton.
If I die here, what happens to you?
Well, I'm going to assume your friends are going to try and bring you back here any moment, but if you decide not to go back, I think the body is, available for new occupancy in that case.
And if I refuse your proposal?
Don't you dare try and find out. Say yes. Do it. It'd be good for both of us.
You have failed many times before to kill Meldon, haven't you?
Make an insight check.
Oh, it's pretty good. 23, sorry, 22, because I believe I still have the -2.
Yes.
Yeah.
You do get the sense that despite the two of you not really being in a physical opportunity to fight, you seem to have some greater weapons of word against him than he does, as you strike a truth.
For all of your power, you have failed every time before.
I've only ever been flesh. Give me the body. Body like that. A body like that could be made into a weapon.
It already is. What if you relinquish your power to me? Together, we could destroy Meldon. Everything he has stood for and created.
Make a persuasion check.
Do I have an inspiration?
Take mine.
I do!
Ryan, you
And it
know very
will
well
be
we can't
used.
pass inspiration.
Oh, 2 13s. Unlucky for some. So that will be a cool 19.
I don't know what you have in mind. But I'm feeling gracious, and I'm going to let you think about it. But this is the last you've heard of me.
Have you made your choice, Abe?
I take it he is done speaking to me then.
Well, the question right now is, you feel a sense of pulling back out. Your friends have performed a ritual. Do you go back to the body?
Feeling that sense, I'll kind of quickly say, have you ever thought that the problem was you were by yourself? You tried to do this alone. You see what my group of friends and I have accomplished. You were a lone warrior against a godlike figure. But together, think of what we could do. Destroy the void, harvest it. Then Meldon would stand no chance. None of them would.
You kind of see him, despite the stillness of, the metallic face that is common for Argon folk, you almost get the sense of a teethy smile.
I'll give it some thought, but for now I think this is our goodbye.
As you feel this, two hands on your shoulders kind of pull you out of the darkness, and in a quick instance, it's almost like a mountain lion had been coiling itself up to pounce. You feel a rush of wind as the talons of he who hungers reach out for you for one last moment, and then suddenly these arms pull you back and push you to the ground, and you flare up, and you're looking into the sky. Your companions are there around you. You're back to life. So, skipping back forward, Azaria and Drac, the two of you had just been sitting with the Archdruid, and he's given you this meditation, these blessings, and some revelations upon, the fact that it seems Drac's people were meant to be druids, and a fascinating revelation indeed. The rest of you, Abe trying to get rested, Nell, Elwyn, Gideon, the three of you off to the side. I don't know if you've discussed anything, but Gideon's weapon has flown out of his pocket and evolved to have these hovering motors that allow it to buzz around.
How do you feel, Azaria? I know I certainly feel different.
I feel like there's more of a connection to the world around me right now. Like things feel heightened almost.
Fascinating. There was a moment where I thought I could see reflections of starlight in your eyes, and then also in mine. It was strange.
Yeah. Definitely a different experience than the last Enclave.
And now knowing that, what those dragons were on the mural, it was Vishtak, but split, I guess.
Seems likely.
And the two of you are still sitting with the Archdruid, who kind of, to give him a bit more of a description from last time, he's this quartz crystal white colored dragonborn. He wears almost angelic robes that are just light and flowy, and his eyes are the same kind of material. They almost just look like marbles in his head, no pupils.
Does he have any things floating off of him?
Oh yeah, where
That's
you
so
have
cool.
horns, there are segments of stone that kind of make similar shape. Though he doesn't have the dreads like you do.
Mm-hmm.
Can you remind me how to spell his name?
Yeah, so Huiyan, all one word.
H. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Once again, I was so close. I just had a space between them. Damn
I
it.
know.
had a
That's
space,
why I
too.
thought to point it out. I saw your
I think I had a
notes.
hyphen in mind.
Oh. One day. Well, let's Archdruid, are we finished here for now? Should we rejoin our friends?
You may if you would like to. When you are ready to leave, you may speak with me. Or if you have any questions, I think I will remain here and rest for a little while.
We'll certainly have questions, I'm sure.
I know.
Okay.
I was wondering if we'd been to the Enclave for the water druids, and there was an area there that was kind of like a portal into the plane of water. Is there something similar like that for the plane of air here?
No, not particularly. The Shusumi the Archdruid there, they built their home having found that, and kind of planted a seed around it, which seeing as though you've been there, you know that their island is kind of grown. It is-
Considerably.
We've more specifically relied on the natural mountain here, though I've not specifically gone to find portals, but I find myself, as ironic as it may seem, staying up here in the clouds, I find myself a bit more grounded in comparison to the material plane.
Is a nice way to put that.
Well, the people that lived here down in the mountain below, they've gone to the Beastlands, so at some point I will be tasked at bringing them back. I'm also assuming that, Mieli's not around anymore, is she? My keeper.
No.
No.
The void took her.
She did her job well, and with good duty.
I'm sorry there wasn't another way to save her.
We know the risks. She knew the risks. She will live on in our memory.
I don't think I'll forget being hit by her anytime soon.
Well, perhaps it would be better if... Perhaps it'd be better if you forgot her and I can remember.
Fair enough. Now, Huiyan, I think we should rejoin our allies for a bit. Discuss next moves.
Please. I will be here.
I would like to pick your brain on something in a little bit, but
We have all the time in the world now. Well, to a certain extent.
just gonna add that to the list to ask you about later. Drac will walk back to the group.
Zarya, I assume you go with him?
Yep. Yeah. Oh.
Right, the lot of you are once again reconvened. Adam, I think actually, in fact, because you got greater restored, you're going to have quite a few more disadvantages than you would like.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Oh, yeah, because is that Ray's dead?
Or yes, Ray's dead.
Yep. That's gonna be rough, dude.
Yeah, so you get a -4 penalty to all d20 rolls, which will lessen with each day.
Holy
But
shit.
because you weren't brought
Bro.
back to life yet during that previous interaction, that won't have counted at that point.
Appreciates that.
That is a fat penalty.
Mhm.
Holy crap.
But as Arya and Drac return to the party.
Gideon is just California stretched out on his back in the clouds. He's just watching his little revolver like hover around with its little like thopter wings, just going off next to him, and he's just kind of got his hat over his face. He's like he's tried to catch it, but he's too tired, so he just falls onto his back. And he's just sitting and listening to it.
That's different.
Yeah,
How?
I don't know. I blame Elkhart.
Magic is weird. Drac will just drop down into the clouds next to Gideon.
Yeah, you see Gideon, like, he goes to like stick his hands out and he's like, magic? And he just kind of puts his hands back down by his side.
Everyone okay?
Alive?
A miracle that we're alive.
Element,
Really?
might not have been conscious of it, but a sudden purring in your arms makes you realize you've summoned forth your cat.
Oh, I do need this actually. That's a good call. I think Elowen's kind of just sitting stunned. She's just kind of staring off, like 1,000-yard stare into the distance.
I think Nell is doing the same as well. Although I think hearing purring around, like, where did you get a cat?
I gotta like gesture at Gideon. I'm like, magic.
Magic.
I like try to put my hands in the clouds to form a cat, and the cloud just goes through my fingers. I don't fucking get it.
I mean, if we have a little bit of time, pass me those clouds. And I will, as like everyone's kind of recuperating, use one of my wild shapes to also use Find Familiar and turn those clouds into a snowy owl.
Logan, are you going to try this again in another campaign? Is this one going to actually be relevant?
I don't know. We'll find out.
That's awesome, actually.
No. I think as I use the magic now, what you notice is that as like Drac had talked about, like my eyes looking like stars before, like there is that black area in my eyes starts to like light up with little motes of light as I cast the magic, and then as it stops, it kind of fades back to black. I hand Nell the owl.
That's so freaking cool.
And the owl purrs like Penelope.
So weird.
Crazy.
So weird.
So when you say, give me some of that cloud, Gideon moves his hat off of his face for an instant, sees you do that, puts his head back in the clouds and covers his face with his hat again. And you just hear underneath the hat.
Just stroke the owl. It's kind of fucked up. Everyone gets a cool pet.
I
I
don't
don't
get a cool
know.
pet.
You have a mushroom.
I mean, he's kind of like, we're like individuals, just kind of doing our own thing. Like, you know, I wouldn't.
Gideon, your gun is your pet now. It just floats on its own.
Robo, like furiously tries to get out of Azaria's hood and like front flips and lands on the cloud and just like, "Hoo, hoo."
You did a good job, Grobo. We would
Thanks for
not be
not
here
dying,
without
buddy.
you.
Gideon gives a thumbs up. A very lazy thumbs up.
Robo ride the owl.
Grobo, this is your cousin.
What?
What are you going to name your owl, Azaria?
Robo
Oh.
2.
What is Grobo backwards?
Oborg?
Oborg?
Oh, Borg.
Oh, Bo.
You could just do Borg.
Borg?
Borgy.
Borgor?
Oh, Borg.
Oh, boy.
I'll think of a name for the owl over the next little bit.
Drac will crawl over to Abe and just give him a pat on his shoulder. How you doing, friend? It's nice to have you back.
It is good to be back. I am here. Just exhausted.
That's my favorite part, is that you're here.
He'll like try to push himself up to sitting. He's just lying down on his back. Try to push himself up to sitting, but just collapse back into it.
You two
We all-
spoke with the Archdruid?
Just briefly.
Mm-hmm.
Gideon springs up, hat off. Oh yeah, what'd they say?
Well, they definitely showed us a whole other world of magic.
I really
What?
struggle to understand this stuff. I'm sorry. I'm here to help.
They talk at all about the connection between the druids and your town?
Yes, well, apparently. The Huiyan was the one who brought all people together and led them to Darokard. And he was supposed to set us on a druidic path, but then I think he had to leave.
No one remembered?
Or it was remembered and chosen to be forgotten. Or changed. It feels weird hearing such a shattering truth.
Yeah.
But it's also strange that I don't feel any different about my faith or my people. I still believe what I believe, even if the figurehead of it all is different, even if the name that we were supposed to call ourselves is different. It's still the same,
You're all still you.
as far as I can tell. I'm not sure how my village will take hearing that, though.
Especially the elders.
Yes.
They seem rigid.
That's a good word.
Need to soften their scales a little bit, I think.
I don't think tea is gonna help. I'm just trying to think of what I can do. There's not much I can do, Drag.
Well, Gideon. I love you very much, friend.
I love you too, friend.
The willingness to offer help is always welcome.
I'm here if you need me.
I suppose we should talk about what to do next.
Yeah.
Is there not anything else we need to tell the Archdruid, or is that we done all
I have
everything?
lots to talk to him about, but
I feel it's like a group endeavor of things for him.
Okay.
we should plan first and then act. Look at that. That's growth.
That is definitely growth.
I almost said that's growth, baby.
That's growth, baby.
Very, very Drac thing to say.
Now, you receive a message in your mind,
Oh my god.
recognizing the voice of Charity Cozybug.
Ooh.
The Learneds told me they've been having some difficulty reaching you. I've been informed there are paladins seeking access to the keep. Confirm? They're with you?
Oh god, I have to count.
Just
Yes.
I've mentioned this outside of game, but I don't think I've passed this by the whole group yet. Roughly 1 or 2 sentences, unless
Okay.
you're desperate to make it 25 words, because
I'm not.
I haven't been keeping track either. Just
Okay,
quick
great.
messages.
All right. Verily, no.
And done.
The word verily counts for 25.
Yes, that's my family. They're setting things up for us. We made it to the air temple, but part of it was Alumbria, and there was time dilation. Should be back to normal now.
Right. You don't receive another message, but you know your message goes through.
We
Charity
maybe
just
should-
checked up on us. Just FYI. Sorry, go ahead, Ellen.
I was just going to say we maybe should connect with the Learned Circle, see what the state of things are.
Yeah.
Gotta check on our friend Mithril Goat.
This
You
has
mentioned
actually been a day for us since the last time I used the stone.
Has it?
I don't
Well-
think so.
But now that we're not in there anymore, maybe.
Is there like a
I
way to
mean-
tell if the stone is usable? Is it on or off?
Yeah, does the rune glow?
I'm
Does it have
envisioning-
like 3 bars of cell signal?
I'm envisioning Zarya poking at it the way a boomer tries to use a touchscreen, just like
Mhm.
stupid thing. It's
Azaria,
not working.
make an Arcana check.
Does this use Wi-Fi? Just
31.
Wi-Fi?
Holy fucking Christ!
Does TikTok connect to the internet?
Oh my god.
The experience of a day hasn't passed for you guys yet, the one holding the stone, so it is not yet usable for you again.
That's wild.
God,
Do you think? Wait, so
till we
on
have
their
a day.
end, have they been trying to contact us more, but it hasn't been working?
That's quite possible.
Think probably.
That's confusing. Why is ours the one that dictates? Why can't theirs dictate that we have spent multiple
I
days?
think it's either. Right?
Maybe you're going to get spammed by a few messages once you get out of here.
Maybe.
Oh, I hate spam calls.
Like our voicemails.
Well, given us a stone and us having to go on a quest unrelated to them.
That's what they get for that.
That's what they get.
This is all their problem.
You're right. Fully
Yeah.
their fault.
Well, yep, seems right.
Okay, so we'll check in with them when we can, I guess.
I think so.
I think
What
the only
about-
other real option is just going up to the next Druid Enclave.
Think it's a priority.
Well, yes. I think we need to get out of here before we can make a real decision.
It's true. Should we probably ask some things to Huiyan before we go? I know I have some things I wish to talk to him about just one-on-one, so if we have time.
How often do you get the opportunity to ask Archdruids questions? Should capitalize on it.
Also, we're not in the lumber anymore, so time's time.
Is that true though?
Maybe,
I don't
we
know.
don't know.
Oh, why'd you have to go and say that?
Sorry, Gideon.
Still feeling unease, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's because we all just came back from death or...
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I've got some...
Gideon just goes quiet.
I have a morbid question for everybody. if
Oh, I
you're
love
willing to
morbid
entertain.
questions, especially after yesterday.
Feels like today's the day, yeah?
What did everyone see when they died?
Oh, I opted out. I didn't die.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Sounds
Hey,
nice.
I was very close. If it wasn't for Abe, I would have died probably.
Did we see anything?
I will let you decide. I would love to hear what your faith had you see.
Well, when I went down, I always envisioned paradise, but I do not yet have a title from my beliefs, so I would just fade
suppose-
into the... What?
I'm sorry, I'm going to add a prompt here. Because,
Yeah.
with the exception of Abe, everybody else had a revivify, so you only had, like, in real time, a minute to experience. So it was likely if there's some sort of, like, path to the afterlife or some sort of transitionary thing, that's kind of the prompt I'm going to give you.
Mhm. All I really saw was dark and cold. I think it was that creature's influence or something, but there was nothing.
Me as well. I'm not sure if I even had time to comprehend. You got to me very quickly, Drac.
I had a promise to keep.
Thank you.
I didn't see anything. I felt briefly just warmth, like sitting next to a hearth. And I think right before you brought me up, just a touch on my cheek, but it might have just been you, but it might have been both.
Figure in a white mask walked with me, guided me. But then I was brought back.
Figure? Did that mean anything to you?
You can make a religion
Would I
check
know any
unless you have a.
depictions of Sure.
I was gonna say, if you have knowledge yourself, you can feel free to play on that.
Penelope.
I'll roll for it.
Okay.
That's who Abe saw, Penelope.
Wow. Put a little
the
white
mask.
mask on Penelope.
So it's 11 minus 4 becomes 7.
Oh no.
Let's go.
Yeah, the memory is hazy.
There's no reason for that. Yeah, nothing happened.
I mean, if like it could have been Awe, but who knows? Maybe Awe has other shades that go out and collect souls and brings them back somewhere. But you figure it might be more directly tied with the deity of death. Has Pascalis given much thought to his faith? That might have also had an impact on that.
Probably mostly sort of not agnostic, because gods clearly exist, but like the way a normal person might worship, of just, it's a pantheon. You want good travels, you go to box speed. You want...
Or utilitarian.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair enough.
That's right, Equinbach, not box speed.
That's the
You only
blessed.
go to church on Christmas and Easter.
Yeah, exactly. And when you get guilt tripped into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're only religious when it gives you a holiday.
Yeah.
The best kind of religious.
But I imagine his faith would have been considerably shaken once the dragon started attacking.
Yeah, valid. All right. Well, Jack, I hope that appeased your answer or your question.
Sure did.
Is Huiyan resting and then we'll talk, or?
I said we would convene together for a little bit and then figure out what, if anything, we wish to ask him.
Do you want to go first if you
I
have stuff
guess so.
that's pressing?
I mean, it's not pressing. I just kind of want to have a heart-to-heart with the person who shepherded my people across the world.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Okay.
I still feel fucked to all hell, so if you have the brain to talk, then I would go for it.
I have something. I don't know if it's the brain, but we'll find out.
Okay.
I guess think of things to ask the great Archdruid while I'm gone.
And the rest of you can have a short rest if needed, or perform short rest activities.
Element, do you want to identify Domino's base?
More than
don't-
anything.
I don't know what to do with this monstrosity.
How big is it compared to...
I was gonna say, I don't think I can
Like-
pick up the.
like-
it has to be laid on the ground.
In comparison to you guys, like, it's like the size of like a stand-up base as we know them.
Hell
I
yeah.
just don't
Like
think
the
I can
body
get it
might not
into
be
the-
that big. Like it might, like the body might be like half the size, but it's about that tall. Like it's got a huge neck.
Just lay it in the clouds and all.
Okay. And it's like geode encrusted or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
Is the body of that storm giant still here? Also,
No, it basically
disappear?
was eviscerated and absorbed into a tight, compact ball of void, which fell through the cloud.
right? So
That-
find out where that went.
Yeah, did that go through?
Fell through the cloud.
Fell
What does that
through the cloud, you
mean,
say?
Danny?
Interesting
Nice.
choice of words.
Is there
Yeah.
a hole that it left? Can I look?
Yeah.
Nope.
Huh. Okay.
Okay.
Grobo gives thumbs up.
Yeah, I'll
like that,
ritual
Grobo.
cast identify on this guy.
All right. I will change the permissions. Let's let Elowen and Christy look at that.
I was gonna say there's no chance I will be able to wield this thing, so someone else probably needs to see this too.
All right, that should be now available underneath your magic items, for the two of you at least. Anyway, I'll let you guys read that. It's a lot.
Okay.
Drac, we're
Why is
gonna
it
head
in black on black.
That happened with one of his other ones. It was white on white, and it was very confusing.
Whoa, it's strange.
That's unfortunate. Oh, it's because the screen's not in freaking dark mode. That's why.
Yeah.
If you, like on your end, if you turn on and off dark mode, it should fix it.
It works on non-dark mode, so that's blah, blah, blah.
Dark mode.
Blah, blah, blah.
Whack.
Anyways.
So yeah. So Drac.
Yeah. Drac
head
will
over.
wander back over to Huiyan and will say, he'll bow and say, Archdruid, we've convened. The rest of my party will join us in a little bit. I'm sure we have lots of questions for you. But I also need to know just why did you take my people to the mountains? Other than to save them from the dragons, I assumed that was always a reason.
Well, it's an unfortunate temptation when you have gifts as I do of being able to foresee and understand the potential events that come. And we, the druids, knew of the coming of the collection of dragons. I never understood whatever the collection was. We knew that there was going to be a big peril to the land here. And I have unfortunately maybe a bit too much of a biased soft spot for my kin. Not just druids, but those of the scaled heart. And so I reached out to the people I could. To those to the south, to the east. And I just implored them to begin making their way north, collecting who they could, and to make their way into the mountains. I knew they would be safe here.
Why was Derokarth a safe haven? Was it just this storm?
The natural wall, so to say, would make this area undesirable to many, but would make it a safe haven to others.
Well, I'm, for one, quite glad to exist today because of you, so thank you.
Life is a gift.
Truly. I feel like I learn that again every single day I'm with my friends.
And those people are also a gift, so that is great. And this individual that you're talking with, like, I mentioned this in the previous session, but they're almost like teenage looking, but like the way they speak, the kind of invisible weight on their shoulders almost feels centuries old.
Forgive my pertinence, but you look quite young. Is there some sort of... Is that because of the time situation up here, or...
No, I've just grown fond of this appearance. It might also be some of the power that comes with being an Archdruid, but yes, that's I'm sure that's a factor of it.
Well, how long have you lived?
I believe 7 centuries, maybe.
Wow. That's a lot.
Well, it is a long time, but then the cycle renews itself as well.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm going to answer your question with another question. What faith has been developed with your people? Like, what does it look like?
Well, we believe in the balance of the cosmos. We are chosen to maintain it within our own lives as best we can. And when we go above and beyond, we are recognized by Vishtak and given a title by which we may be recognized by them when we pass on.
A lot of that is good lesson that I think lines up with what I was hoping for you. Though
Okay.
titles and rewards, though nice, they are material. If it helps, it doesn't hurt.
Indeed.
But I
And
think
I'm not sure that, at least not in my experience with my own family and those I know, they are not doing things great and beyond for the title. They are doing it because it is what we should do.
then
I'm
you've
sure
met
there are some who will do it for recognition, but my mother, my father, they have both been recognized, and what they did saved hundreds of lives in their own time.
Well, I also imagine I have quite the backlog of spirits to meet from your place. I do not
Most
know
likely.
where they would have gotten the idea of like to go to the deity, but I imagine I will be seeing all the souls that have passed on in Darokarth up here, and I will be helping them move on.
Perhaps. The Vishtak's, the Eternal Paradise, is described as a luscious grove where Vishtak exists, and you can bask in the warmth of the sunlight provided, dip in the pools of relaxation and reverence. It's a very simple afterlife, or at least that's how it's described in our scripts.
But does that not sound dull? Does that not sound boring?
Maybe.
Or is the world
But-
too much?
I'll tell you right now, after that, I could go for a dip in a nice warm pool.
You
Just
know what?
saying.
You very well might have a point there. But, and he kind of gestures to the sky above the two of you. I am sorry to break the bad news, but I do not believe the place that we go is a luscious grove. However, it will be a place to bask in the sun. But it is also responsibility until we are once again called upon to touch back down and experience the world once more.
The cycle, as you said.
The cycle, the balance. So it's very interesting to see that your people still seem to have a belief that is in line with druids, despite not having the guidance I'd hoped to have given.
I assume you had to leave after you brought us together.
I did. We were to wait until the Sephironis told us that we could return. And
you never heard.
We never heard. And it seems that the void held and flourished during my hibernation.
Yes. These are things that we have come to learn as well through our travels. Well, you probably know this, maybe you recognize, but Azaria is Sephironis' child.
The Sephironis had a child.
Yes.
Fascinating.
You'll have to ask them about that, though.
I suppose I will.
And as back to our culture here, we have elders in our village. They supposedly received the word and prophecy of Ishtak. I have doubted this for a little bit of time. But I'm not sure if I believe it at all anymore. Given what I've learned about Vishtak's apparent true nature.
Well, with the state I was in, and dreams are not an easy method of communication, I have tried to reach out to your people during my own sleep. Sometimes I feel like I'd contact the same mind, sometimes I feel like they'd be different. So, I suppose that might have spawned from, yes, me actually trying to reach out.
So then all this time, Vishtak was you?
They didn't have enough words to explain. There were more important matters.
Oof. Okay.
If it does help, you weren't worshipping an Archdruid.
No, I know this. I was telling my friends before I came over that the figurehead, people involved, it doesn't matter what we were called, what we worship, or who we worship. It's the actions that we take that make us who we are. And being druids, disciples of balance, whatever you want to call us, we're still doing what we're doing. We still believe what we believe. Just... it's a lot sometimes, you know?
Absolutely.
And I try to find the silver lining whenever I can, but the panic sets in every once in a while, and I don't know how to keep it at bay.
And what causes you panic?
Seeing my friends hurt. Not knowing how I can help. Feeling small in the world.
And that is all natural. Unfortunate to say. But those are the right
figured
reactions.
you were going to say that.
But your people You've lived the lives you've lived, and you've made the choices you've made. You are free to continue to do those things. You were never held in debt to me. To us.
I appreciate that. It does mean a lot.
But I may come by and have some clarification on some things if truths are actually desired.
I don't know if they'll want to hear the truth. And the elders might try to do something about you, just saying. But if you need backup, I can help. Though maybe we should wait till all this void business is over with.
I do not fear your people either.
No, I can't imagine you would. You're all-powerful, Archdruid, whatever, so...
But also, any of them who have heard my voice should recognize me too.
Ooh, I have a question, actually.
Hmm.
Who are the elders? I want names.
I do not know them.
Not a real chance, because you connected with our brains. It's fine. It's fine.
Just as the same as I did not know who of the two of you and your brother I touched when I spoke to you.
So the prophecy was from you then?
And unfortunately, it seems I reached out to the wrong sibling.
It's okay.
Well, you see, this is, again, one of those things where I say it is dangerous to attempt to interfere with these prophecies when you receive them. Then you know that there's two brothers. You reach out to one, not knowing who's going to be the one to fulfill which. And then suddenly prophecy will remain what it is.
Indeed. We're figuring it out.
Do you have more questions for me?
Myriad, but I think perhaps time is of the essence. So,
well, I
can walk back to my friends. If we don't leave right away, perhaps a meditation session would be nice.
Meditation? In fact, if you all require a rest up here as well, you may be guests here for the evening.
I think that would be nice. I've always wondered what it'd be like to sleep on a literal cloud.
And I suppose you don't get to see the stars much up here either.
No.
Very well.
All right.
I think I might have strength enough to come with you if everyone else were to want to discuss with me. Otherwise, I may check in with some of my souls that are wandering here and see how they're doing.
Whatever you think is best, I will inform my friends in either way.
All right. And he kind of like closes his eyes and almost like he's straining like in thought. There's a brief moment where nothing happens and then suddenly he levitates up and off the pedestal he was on and like a spirit himself begins floating along the ground. It's like, all right, I think I can maintain this. I should be good.
That's a cool trick.
Well, feel free to wander. Come and find me when you have more to ask of me. And again, make yourselves comfortable. There are many huts, and all of them comfortable.
Thank you, Huiyan.
And he floats off.
And Drac will rejoin the party.
Very good.
So Huiyan has to deal with some spirit stuff. So he said, make ourselves comfortable and find him later.
Yeah.
But that was a enlightening conversation. And I will fill them in.
For those of us who maybe were trying to read a really detailed item description and didn't catch the entire thing, so the voice you heard was his.
Yes.
Okay, but like
And also the
Like-
voice the Elder Sword.
right. Was
Or no.
Essentially,
Like,
all
we're-
prophecies that were
Pause.
being received in Darokarth were Huiyan.
where was he getting your prophecies from, or was he just like trying to puppet?
can kind of see the future.
Oh, okay.
At least
So
that's
he never
the
had a
gist that I got.
connection to Vishtok.
Not so far as I'm aware, but it's all connected in the end, so.
Also, might
Interesting.
sound like Vishtok didn't exist when Huiyan has. I assume that god had split into many well before
Mm.
he became
That
an
makes sense.
Archdruid. Is at best
Right.
maybe getting connections to like a fraction of that god.
Indeed. Do feel better, though, about everything after talking to him, so. There's that, at least.
That's good.
Yeah.
But
But he said we can kind of pick whatever hut we want, maybe multiple if there's space. And we're welcome to sleep here.
That would be
Yes.
good.
is this area that we're in like the top of the mountain now?
Actually, no. It seems like there is yet another spiral of cloud that goes up to the very top.
Oh,
I'm
I think we gotta go there.
gonna take a walk.
Do you want to be alone, Nazaria?
No, I always welcome everyone's company, and I assume it's probably getting late.
Late-ish. Like, you guys actually made pretty good time. Like, it might be beginning to be like early evening. Like, this guy's
Okay.
might be hinting towards turning orange.
I think it'd be nice to see the sunset from up there, see the stars.
I agree. That would be nice.
Something hopeful after what we just went through.
Indeed.
Right, so
Check it out.
who's doing what?
I'm gonna go with Nazaria up to the top.
Yeah, I'll go as well. I spent that time using the reconfiguring the harness I made for us into like a way to get this fucking base onto my back. Like,
All yours.
You want to just put that in the
In the
hole for
hole.
now?
no, it's gonna be really helpful for me to play this godforsaken contraption. It's fucking huge.
I mean, if you don't want it, you can always sell it.
No, I want it. I want what
You
it
can
does.
play
It's
that?
just no.
What does that
But
thing
we have
do?
time to learn.
Now, can you just like, there's assuming there's strings on it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
No,
just
can
make
you
it
just,
available
like,
to all of you guys.
Can you just hit a note or something?
Sure.
Just play like an open string.
No! Don't! Did you not read the description?
No, I did not.
No, don't hurt. Don't hit the notes.
I mean, he's been talking for a while. We had a short rest, right? Could I have not attuned to it in that time?
Yeah, like, I gave you guys a short
Okay.
rest. You could attune to it, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Go
meant.
ahead and do that.
Yeah, so I'll strum and then I'll point in a direction and be like, we want to visit our friend Domino. That's the way, baby.
When you pluck a string and the vibration of it kind of steers you around to, like, make a survival check for me as you are currently in the clouds.
I
And
was gonna say, just
who knows which
straight
way is
down,
which?
eh?
Fuck is my survival? 16.
You gauge that it's pointing somewhere off, like, west by northwest.
Oh, that's cool as hell.
It's that way.
That
So
makes sense.
wait, is that towards
Uh,
Wildeglen?
Yeah, I was like, is that towards the?
No,
That would
actually,
be
it doesn't make
east.
sense.
Yeah, so
North by sorry, I wasn't really paying
West,
attention.
north,
North
West by
northwest.
northwest.
North by northwest?
West by northwest.
West north?
West.
Northeast?
West.
Wait,
North?
North?
help! I'm so confused. Okay, west by northwest. The fuck is over there?
I don't
like
know.
Bull Rock, Tri-Moon.
try,
Try and
yeah.
grow.
Tri-moon?
Maybe one of the forests has a portal in it.
Like maybe underneath Darkest Heart is
No.
another portal.
There you go.
Maybe it's
all
in
the way
Desilu.
down.
It's
Yeah, maybe
just
it's
portals
Desilu.
all the way down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Portal
the
forest.
instrument doesn't reveal how far away that is. It just tells you the
Right.
general direction.
Alrighty.
As you play that note, Drac will like listen to it and be like, okay, and like lower his register a lot and just kind of open his mouth and create this like low humming tone. It's like, whoa. Okay, thank you.
What?
Ooh.
That's a cool trick.
Drac for
It's
Bard.
like
Drac for
subharmonic.
Bard.
Triple multi-class.
Don't think I haven't thought about it.
Alright.
I don't know
Well,
why
I
I'm so
get-
determined
I'll
on
go
making
up the
somebody a
mountain, too.
bard.
So determined on that.
Yeah, don't you hate
Love.
bards?
Bards rule.
I would love to be a bard.
hates bards.
Okay,
You
I'll
can
put her on
climb
my
the mountain.
back,
I'll
and
just-
then I'm gonna turn. Gideon, how are you doing? Like, I'm asking this out of character. Are you looking better now? Are you still just lying with your hat on your head?
Gideon, if everybody like gets up and splits off, he'll probably just like start cooking something
Okay, never mind then.
to relieve stress.
Yeah, because it sounds like everybody but you and Abe, unless Abe also wants to go, are going up to the top of the mountain.
Abe is staying right where Abe is.
That makes a ton of Abe sense.
Gonna
All
plant an Abe tree and do
Plant
some
the bean.
Abe things.
Actually, he's not even gonna
Silly
cook
Denny,
There's no
there's some dirt
soil.
here.
Find some.
Gideon is just eating some of his like ration jerky, and he's just like
Delicious.
sat down and just like watching this revolver float around him, and is just like eating his jerky.
In that case, as we walk up the mountain, I'll catch up with Azaria and like super quietly be like, "Do I look like a total dipshit wearing this base, or do I look cool?" Just curious. No reason.
I think it's hard to look cool when your instrument's so much bigger than you.
Damn it.
I mean,
Like,
it's not
I think
hugely bigger than Nell. Nell's the biggest of you, so.
Oh, true.
Like,
Then
Domino
yeah,
was only
I think
like
you do look
3
pretty
feet
cool with
taller
this.
than Nell.
Only 3 feet. You know?
Yeah.
I'll get there. I haven't hit my Goliath growth spurt yet, so.
Right. Yeah. Famously happens at 50 years old.
Yeah.
I think what will look cool is when you like bludgeon in the head of an enemy with this, the way that Domino was.
Well, no, if that's gonna do the trick, but I'll keep it in mind.
Is this what you're gonna play for your girlfriend?
She's not my girlfriend. Shut up.
Yeah.
Point of inspiration to Nell?
Oh, thank God, I actually needed it. Great. I just imagined maybe something that I bought, like a little harp or something. I don't know. And then Gideon was teaching me the flute, and I have this. I don't know what to do. I have too many instruments.
I think you need to commit to an instrument, and of all the ones that you've got at this point, this is the most unique.
Yeah.
Like, no one else is walking in with a geode encrusted double bass, electric. I truly am a little.
Just, like one up from a cello, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
essentially for you, it's
Yeah.
about a cello size, yeah.
Oh, it's about cellos. Okay, that's
Yeah,
better
for
actually. If
you.
It looks more like a cello. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
That's a
Because
little
you're so
better.
tall.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess if she ever did go to like bard school or whatever, like no one else is gonna have.
She's seen
this.
lyres and flutes.
Yeah.
Has she seen a rock that makes music.
Now that's a rock guitar.
Hopefully not. Okay. Well, I guess I'll start practicing. Maybe tomorrow. I'll just like continue to like slowly walk up this cloud spire.
So
Does it not fit in your bag?
No.
Oh.
I'm also I have to be connected to it, so it's just here. Good thing I'm already bad at stealth, because this probably would not help.
Yeah, we're never sneaking anywhere. No. One time I had hopes of sneaking, then Cap ruined it.
Yeah.
you throw Nell into the portable hole,
Oh. Good.
but without the bag. But without the bag.
Yeah.
Oh.
10 minutes at a time. We take you out when we need to fight. It's basically a Pokeball. I choose you now.
Just open it up so more oxygen can get put back
Yeah.
in it, close it back up.
Yeah. Use
That's
Divine
what we-
Smite.
Do you want me to leave the party? Is that
No.
or... Okay.
Well,
We're saying if like we need to stealth.
Oh, okay. Not just like
Yeah.
always keep me in the bag, just certain times. Okay.
No.
Cool.
so the group of you begin making your way up this cloud path to the most top point of the mountain. And from the level you guys were at, it kind of just looked like the mountain came to a peak and like was kind of slightly obscured by mist and cloud hovering around the upper area of the mountain. But as you kind of pass through that and the mist kind of begins to disperse, there's actually almost this like purely crystal structure, this like huge collection of this quartz that almost creates like a castle at the top of this mountain. Though not, not really a castle with many rooms per se, but more like a hall, I suppose, might be a circular hall. You guys walk up the path, and there's this opening in the crystal walls of this. And you step inside. And similar to the temple that was down below, you look up and the sky is open. Like this crystal doesn't close off into a roof. It is just these jagged, clear, and sometimes white, opaque gems that jut upward into the sky at different points and different heights. And in the middle of this room, there is, similar to the water bowl at the last Enclave, this raised altar. But instead of water, there is a mirror on the surface of it that looks up into the sky.
I'm gonna go over to the mirror, and I think with the water bowl, it was able to like show me kind of our next steps in the path by offering up like a bit of myself, and I'll similarly like cut one of the larger like vines from my hair and maybe place it around the mirror, I guess on it, and see if that'll help activate it.
You give up an offering of yourself and place it on the mirror. And as you sit there and trying to tune into it, see if you can get some sort of sense, some connection, some guidance, the surface of the mirror, as you look into it, you see yourself, and then suddenly it begins to, like a mirage, fade away. And your vision is almost like absorbed into the mirror. This sensation is less straightforward than when you got your vision through the water temple. This is a rush of vision. You are traveling fast. You are moving through tunnels underneath the ground. You are curving left and right. Tight stone around you, but you know the pathways in which you are going. And You come into large caverns and openings, you look around and you go find another one and you continue moving on. Like, almost like the sensation of like being a mole in a huge network. You get the sense that you are under hills. Like there are these domes that have space within them for living, for culture, for community down here, underground. But there are also roots that kind of seep through the dirt above you that make up this place. And make a nature check for me.
23.
You recognize the roots of some of these plants as being more swamp-like in nature. Like these are plants that tend to root in water-like systems, so there must be water up there somewhere nearby. But you eventually come to almost what appears to be like a well made out of like stone. And whatever you're seeing through, you get up over the edge and look into it, and it's like you're looking down into darkness. But your face looks back up at you from the darkness, and then your vision returns to yourself.
That was a lot different.
What did you see?
I think the next enclave is underground. Most likely under hills near the Wilde Glen wetlands, or near a swamp, some sort of body of water. Yeah, there was like I guess similar to here, like a community built there. There were these
Did
like
it look lived in or abandoned?
I don't know.
I mean, you didn't see any other creatures there.
Well, I imagine just based on the last place and this one once lived in. So there was a well in the middle, so I guess water was below them too.
You didn't see any water in the well. It was more like a well-like lip that just looked down into darkness.
It was just darkness down there, and then I saw my face, and then here I am now.
Saw your face in that
In
well?
the darkness, yeah. And then I woke up.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, that wasn't the most pleasant, but maybe it was just kind of the vision ending.
Maybe. Okay.
I feel like less to go on for exactly where we're supposed to go than what we got from the water enclave, but if we look
That
for
feels like
areas
more
with
to me.
hills, I don't know, I felt like the northern lights and like what felt like the tallest peak.
I guess so. Just really felt like you got taken on the journey there versus before. It was just like, oh, there's this guy.
Yes, yeah. This one is much more of an experience.
Well, I don't know exactly what it looks like, but I do have an idea of where the city of Wildeglen used to be. I know that the lorekeepers said that there was people who practiced druidic or studied the druidic rituals there.
I mean, maybe if we head there, there'll be something to find.
Know if the
If we
city
don't
was
have-
below or above ground.
I didn't think it was below ground.
The city of Wildeglen?
Yeah.
No, it was an above-ground city.
So I'm not sure that is the exact destination, but if we don't know where else to go, we might be able to find artifacts or information there.
Yeah, if something got left in whatever is left of there, might be a guide. And if we look at the map, like, might be close to those hills and mountains.
Mm-hmm. Maybe the city sank into the swamp.
Whoa. Anyone else kind of hoping that it's underneath the lake of the bog beast? Just like a little bit.
I think almost assuredly it will be.
Oh my god. Yes.
Or what the Zarya saw was another Alumbrite ruin. And just couldn't make
As
out
long
any
as that one
details.
doesn't mess up our time.
I would like that, yes. I want that.
Could
Is what-
mess up something else. Like maybe flip our strengths this time. Like I could just feel really powerful and Mel and Abe could feel weak. Like that'd be...
Yeah, it sounds fun. I would love
So
that.
kind.
Because last time, was it the Alumbria that you were seeing, or it was?
No, last time I
Oh,
just
must've
saw
been
the...
Right here.
Yeah. Okay.
Didn't see a crystalline structure, but I felt
No.
like I was at the top of the mountain. So I think
Right.
the top of the mountains that didn't require a bear made out of light to get to.
Maybe the bog beast is like the bear for that enclave and will lead us into the swamp.
The
That would
name
be
like
nice.
Bog Beast.
But I mean, like, maybe
Old
it has actually
Lonai-
like a sweet name, and it's just like that's what locals, because they don't understand, you know, some
That-
prejudiced cartographer.
To be fair,
Dragon in the fog.
Yeah, I was like Dragon in the Fog.
Yeah.
Turned out to be a real cool guy. Just saying.
Maybe
We
the
get to
Bog
the other
Beast will lead the
enclave.
way.
And then they're like, "You mean like our best friend, the bog buddy?" So
It's a Pronto Buddy!
it's actually a dinosaur, and but
We're
actually
gonna
that
make
makes
this
sense. Like,
happen.
just like bogs preserve things, right? So that could be a interesting place to investigate.
Yeah.
The druids don't know of each other's like exact locations, right? That's
Yeah, not particularly.
okay.
Yeah, we could
Do we
see
think
if
we
there's...
Fill Huiyan in, maybe?
I
Let
think
them
we should
know?
have some sort of conversation about what exactly we're doing.
We need to have them coordinate with each other, right?
Yeah,
They
Yeah.
need to come together soon.
and I think I'm not gonna tell him everything about me. I think he was the one that Shisumi said not to.
Oh.
One of them I'm not supposed to, and I can't remember.
Hmm,
And I'm just going to keep things to a minimum for both of them.
okay. Full disclosure, Zarya, I did say that you were the child of Saphronis.
That's fine. I think that was going to come
Okay.
up regardless. Yeah.
What was the reasoning behind not telling whichever one it was about yourself?
I think because I'm made of the void,
Oh,
and yeah.
He did seem pretty surprised that Saphronis had the child, though, so maybe it was this one.
No. So I'm hedging my bets, and I was like, neither of them get to know.
Okay, well,
right.
I'm sorry that I spilled the beans.
Oh, that's okay. I was like, that would have come up either way.
Okay.
I was gonna probably have some questions about my mom, just seeing what they knew.
What can we see from up here, like if we exited the Crystal Fortress?
So essentially, you've got the Crystal Fortress that basically is the cap of this mountain. You have to go back down the cloud path. I mean, you can kind of walk around the mountain, but
Yeah.
you might fall.
Brack's not too worried about that right now.
It's
I hover 60 feet behind.
Every step I take, Elowen's just there.
Was there
Jesus,
anything
okay.
else in the crystalline structure?
No, it seemed like it was mostly a like white sacred spot. Like it had this communicative purpose. Or maybe it
Is there
might
any
be like
sort
kind
of,
of a seeing or scrying sort of thing.
Is there any sort of like thrum in the crystal if I put my hand on it?
Oh yeah, sure. It's light, radiance, calming, starlight.
Does this crystal look like, any sort of particular like geode or anything, or like does there seem to be like magic to it?
Quartz. It's the same type of crystal you guys saw coming through the caves that were lighting up the large cavern, that shot beams of light during that fight. They're all the same.
Cool.
Oh, you said the top is open?
Yeah.
I think Drac will just like kind of sit here and stand and let the energy pulse through him, and then just go back to the meditation that Huiyan led him and Azaria through when they were like soaring through the skies in their minds. And then energy will begin to run from the crystal up Drac's arm. Starlight gathers around him, and then a shock of lightning erupts on his back as two spectral wings form, and he just starts floating off the ground and just does a full like loop-de-loop up into the sky.
Well, now that is cool. And I was like,
Okay.
well, I can't really do that, but just give me a second, Drac. And I sit down, and I've named my owl now. I'm like, Cleo, go. And I like launch the bird up, and then as I'm sitting in the meditative state, my eyes do the like stars again, and the bird's eyes do too, as I am going to use the senses of my familiar for as long as it's in 100 feet of me, and the Cleo will fly up like beside Drac and just kind of like circle around.
Drac will look at the bird and then take off into the sky.
And up until it gets to about 100 feet away, the bird will follow as fast as it can, and then just like dive down into the clouds and swoop up and perch on top of the lip of the opening at the top of this crystalline temple.
Drac will fly down after the owl for a moment, and then dip back down to the second level and go say hi to Abe and Gideon. Say, anyone want the ride?
Whoa! You see Gideon has like his flute, like
You're
what the hell,
flying,
Drag?
Drac.
How did you survive that?
What do you mean?
Why are you wow. That's new. Hey.
I felt a surge of power and thought about flight, and here we go.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, it's happening a lot these days, even for this stupid thing. And he looks over at his gun.
Anyone want the ride?
God, heavens no. Nope,
Abe?
I'm staying here.
I'll stay here.
Okay.
But I'm glad you're flying.
I'm glad you're flying too, Drac. I'm just gonna play my music. You have fun.
Fucking
buddy.
love how dead Abe sounds right now.
Adam, you have a point of inspiration.
Be the person, not the character.
But you may choose to give it to Abe.
So, thank you.
Drac will say, well, it's a standing or flying invitation whenever you want it. And he'll fly back up and out and head back to the top level, at which point the 10 minutes elapses and he lands back down. That was
Almost
sweet.
feels like you don't need me around anymore.
That is factually incorrect, Elowen.
Like
Those
come
are
out
very
of my
cool.
meditation as you say that.
That was fun.
Yeah, and I can't fly. I can only experience it through a bird.
Well, actually, Drac will open up the hole, grab a pair of boots, toss them to Azaria. These things with the little wings on them. Those are for you.
Oh, thank you. Maybe we could have waited until after Ella just said that we didn't need
That's
her
fine.
around. Just
I can
being
do other
"Here's some
things."
boots that do this.
Elowen, I can't fly, so I need
Me
you.
too now.
Yeah, I want to fly too.
Boys,
Fine.
boys.
Azaria is now an honorary member of the boys.
Boys!
Oh no!
Damn it.
I can't fly either. I don't want to.
It's a new team. It's Drac, Azaria, and whoever Elowen makes fly.
Which can be everyone else.
Wow. We change our name from Seekers to just the Boys. Oh.
And then Amazon strikes us down.
Oh no!
Fuck. Ours is a Z though.
Yes.
So that's different, right? I haven't
True.
seen the show.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it has an S. So. Okay. Well, that was really cool. I'm gonna go take a nap. And I just
Yeah.
kind of like
Yeah.
walk down and try not to tip forward from the weight of the pace and like careen down the stairs.
This, before everybody comes down, after Drac flies by, I just want to have a quick word with Gideon.
Yeah.
Oh, hell
Gideon,
yeah.
are you... Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I'm here.
How close was it?
How close was what?
How close were we to failing?
Gideon looks over his shoulder, see if anybody's coming down. Looks back to Abe. Very close. At one point, I told Azaria that if I go down, that they should just leave. Take Elwyn with them if they can. If not, tell the story to the people down below.
Good. That was a good idea.
I do have those sometimes. I don't ask me anything about magic, but that wasn't a bad one. How you feeling? Not well, I'm assuming.
Weak. Like I failed.
You didn't fail, Abe. You're the only reason I didn't go down.
Perhaps.
You pulled me out of that beam there. I was getting cooked.
Cooked.
Yeah.
You are an excellent cook. That's what's been said.
I do appreciate that, Abe. Hey, tell you what, that thing, you put it on, I'll cook you something. I don't know if you can taste it, but you can definitely smell it. That'll be nice.
I think I can taste it. But I don't want to waste too much, though. I
Hey,
won't get much from it other than appreciating you more.
Abe, and I'm totally fine with that. But Abe, like, at the end of the day, I always make enough in case somebody wants seconds. It doesn't matter. People are hungry. Sometimes you're hungrier than other days, so you gotta be prepared.
Hunger. A
Yeah.
dangerous thing.
Yeah? You alright? Hey.
I feel good. This was a win. No
Yeah.
one can take that from us. No matter what happens.
That's right. Yeah. You see Gideon, like, starts to glow with that aura that you've seen him glow with before in the past. You can accept it if you want.
The gun. Gideon Gray. And Abel kind of just like, his eyes flicker out and he tries to fall asleep.
Gideon just kind of sits and looks dumbfounded. He basically takes his hat off and puts it over your chest and sort of like fixes you like a bedroll essentially within the clouds, sort of just wraps you up and puts the hat on top of it. And he says, "Sleep well, my friend. You deserve it." And he'll sit down, and he was playing his flute, but he will put it away. And he will just sit and he'll just look off into the distance, I guess, at the vista that's presenting itself.
Gideon, you may have a point of inspiration.
Thank you.
And the rest of the party makes their way down the mountain. Find Gideon sitting in silence and Abe in even more silence, wrapped up in a bedroll.
Are we just camping here?
Gideon turns to you and puts his hand to his mouth and points to Abe.
Yeah, I see. Is there not a better place to sleep?
Huiyan offered us any of the huts if we wanted one, but we can see the sky from here, so that's nice.
Abe's picked a spot. I don't want to touch him.
Now, if Abe picked a spot, then I've also picked my spot next to him.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
That up camp?
It can't be worse than that tilted house we slept in last night, so.
True.
And in
There's infinitely
fact,
more room for brooding corners in this area. So
The whole cloud is your brooding area.
and indeed, it is a lot more comfortable than the diagonal wedge that you had to sleep in inside the Alumbrite ruin. The clouds embrace you as you all set up your beds and lay down in them. And, you know, despite clouds being made of water and whatnot, these are rather comfy and soothing. Not necessarily a warmth, but definitely comfortable. But you've all got blankets and such. You're able to keep yourselves warm through the night. The blizzard does not touch this place. It's a bit chilly, but better than the storm, better than the ruin. And you're all alive. You might chatter quietly amongst yourselves as the sun begins to set and the stars above begin to come out. And refreshing to know that once you see Mota the moon and the stars, nothing has changed. You haven't seen the sky in what seems to be a couple 10 days. And this is refreshing news. Especially for Azaria. With a new connection to the stars made between you and them. And the night fire, those lights that dance, spiral their way across the sky. Any of you who might be light sleepers might be disturbed by this, but what a beautiful sight to be awoken by. You've survived another day, and you get another rest. Abe, Azaria, and Gideon, you're no longer sleeping within the Alumbrite ruin. You may remove that debuff I had given you. However, Abe, you still have -3 to the other things just because coming back from the dead.
Yay, I have 8 strength.
Never heard someone be so happy about that.
Dude, 6 is rough,
Yeah,
man.
bad.
Now I only have one negative modifier.
Also, Denny, because now we've taken a proper long rest, does
You
our
may-
exhaustion go away? Okay.
Yes,
Awesome.
sure.
Sure.
You all get your long rest, and the morning comes around. The blizzard still roars around this haven in the clouds. But you have sun. And it is... Those of you who don't have parts of you covered, you might very well get sunburn right away. Despite being in a cold environment, the sun still will burn. But there is also a bit nice warmth. So you all are awoken by no blockage from the sun whatsoever.
Oh, I'm not used to this. Oh, that's very
It's
bright.
been a
Oh, God.
long time since I've slept completely unroofed.
Yes. Let's beg the question, does Bellowin's hut count? Because we can see through it.
Mm,
Know that it stops sunlight.
No.
I don't know.
I'm not too sure.
has like a nice tint on the inside.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of like, I figure if you're gonna cast magic on this thing, it's probably got the who's its and what's its.
Yeah? All those things?
Yeah, all those things.
Dope.
The
Hell
who's
yeah.
its and the what's its.
I got
I'll come as
both?
part of the package.
Wow. Love that for us.
But you all come to the next day. You are still in this village in the sky, and it seems that there are more spirits wandering around that had been the previous day. Many of these, similar to the ones you'd seen in the ruin down below, druidic in their clothing. Drac, some of them in more of the Darokarth style of clothing. Seems some spirits have made their way here.
God, I don't want to ask this, but do I recognize any of them?
Oh.
I don't believe so. I don't think many of your older family might have been passed on a long time ago, so where their spirits may have ended up, hopefully at rest somewhere else.
Yeah. I was just thinking like random people throughout the village.
I mean, it's possible if you go looking for them, but if you're trying
I'm
not
not
to,
gonna do that.
yeah.
Seems like people are finding their way again.
That's good. Leon did say he was going to get back to his job of shepherding, so. Guess what now? Should we go find him?
Think so?
I don't know that I have anything to ask, but
Do you?
they may have
Maybe.
a way out of here.
That's what I was thinking.
If we can maybe skip going through Lumbria, that would be good.
It would be good. Do we want to... Let's say Huiyan can teleport us somewhere. Do we want to go right to the wetlands?
Oh, where have we decided to go next, I guess? What's the plan?
Can we attempt to contact the Learned Circle?
Yeah, what should I ask?
I think we should know the state of Valesville of Kardrak if many 10 days have passed. Who knows what he may be up to. But if things are relatively stable, then maybe we do just go straight up to the wetlands.
I'll send that message. I'll be like, how many days has it been since my last message? How are things? ascendancy as a whole.
Ooh, now I have to find out which day you sent your last message.
Would have been yesterday for us.
Didn't we figure out it was about a 3-day difference?
Yeah. But you didn't really spend a whole day down there.
Well, it would have been
Right.
whenever we woke up yesterday to waking up today.
Okay. Coming through the line is the oh dear, I believe his name was Talbrek. The dwarven learned member comes through the line. Aye, it's been about 2 days. There are talks of having negotiation talks with Reeve Kardrak, as there are plans to attempt separating from the Ascendancy. We'll be happy to discuss any potential involvement whenever you return to Brobar.
Drac, would you mind sending him a sending to be like, unless they kind of, I'll relay everything that was said, but I was like, unless they really need us there, now I think we continue east. Which might mean that it'll be a while till we can make it back to Brobar.
Okay. Yeah, I'll send a message to Talbrek.
Mhm.
And I'll say, hello, Seekers here again. Unless we are desperately needed in Brobar right now, we're going to continue east and continue on our mission to save the world and all that. So it may be a while before we're back in Brobar.
Curious to hear what world-saving mission you're on. I know nothing of that. But with the instability around here, it'd probably be beneficial to have you here, confirm a plan, and then, if you're going off again, we'll let you go.
I will relay that. I don't know, it sounded very formal.
He's a politician, of course, he sounded formal.
Couldn't really tell if he really wants us there or if it's like nice to have, you know.
Well, he said a plan, so they're planning something.
I mean, if they're about to enter negotiation talks, like it might be helpful for us to be there.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Also, it could, I don't know. Those negotiation talks could also be a play that Mithracote's gonna make something out of, so...
Yeah.
Just, remember, I don't know. There's been a lot of weird shit going on whenever the Ascendancy's tried to get shit done, so... I reckon Mithracote being as well-positioned as he is, and as knowledgeable as he is, he'll probably make something out of it.
I'm just not sure what we would really bring to a negotiation, other than the fact that we think
Violence.
Mithracote is not Mithracote. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, like, I think that's probably why they want us. Is like, if things get heated,
Yeah.
there's extra protection. But that also begs, if things get into a state where arms are drawn, now that's against Paladins of Fyra. Gideon, that's against citizens of Balesville.
Yeah.
Be fair, it's a really specific, at least one person I know potentially that I'm not gonna really feel too upset about drawing a blade against. Honestly, I'd be down to bludgeon that person with my rock base.
Wow.
If it can't, like, I'm not gonna like walk up and meet, but you know, if it like, if it
the
had to
situation
happen,
arrived, if you
yeah,
must.
if I have to.
I've been meaning to ask, what's your goal with that? Are you gonna learn that?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I will try if we can kind of turn our flute lessons into this monstrosity lessons. Gideon, you gotta make me look cool playing this. That is the number one. That is actually our number one priority, everyone, is that we have to make me look cool playing this instrument. And then we'll figure out like the end of the world.
I guess we can't go back to Brawl Bar because you're like, you need to get cool playing it first. If we go back right away,
That's a good point.
you're going to be asked to play it before you're ready.
By
Oh
the
my
time
God,
we
I'm
get
gonna
back
fucking
to
choke.
Bar after that, I'm gonna be dead. All right, because I can't teach you that thing. So
God damn it. Okay.
What,
Well,
I can teach you
the
musical
flute doesn't
theory
translate?
still. Well, no, it's not a string instrument, Drac. It's a woodwind. It's I don't know what this thing is. It
Look, I know like
press-
5
presses a
chords,
random
okay? I'm
fret.
just...
okay. All of that aside, I'll figure out the instrument later. But if we talk to Huiyan and he's able to teleport us somewhere, if we can teleport to Brawl Bar, Charity can always, I'm assuming, teleport us. She has to be powerful enough to do that, right? We're asking a lot, but I think she knows what's on the line. So
At least somewhere, probably not super far, but I mean, at least back to that small town that's name I can't remember. They open the map and it's just
Timberstead?
yeah, she's been there. She has like
Okay.
you know, it's helpful to be somewhere you're at least familiar with.
Mhm.
For just like toss us to the Wildeglen wetlands. If she hasn't
But
actually been
she's-
out there, we could end up in a swamp. Just a
I guess-
swamp.
how old is she?
Hundreds.
Was she around before the desolation?
I don't think I know in
Don't
character.
know.
Because if she has, I mean, like, she would have traveled a lot, presumably, so maybe she would have an even closer.
Azaria,
As an
make a
as-
history check.
As an old.
Was she?
As an
As an
old-
old.
Was she mentioned at all
13.
in Faye's journal?
Abel, have you make a history check as well. Logan or Azaria, based on your history check, you're not entirely certain how old Charity is.
But I will say, as an old person, it doesn't mean that like all those years don't get spent being super productive always. Like, you kind
What
of
was your least
take
productive
things
year,
slow.
Zarya?
Oh, there's like a solid like 50 years in the Wilder where all I did was like I had some bad chess games and I pretty much just went and slept in a forest.
Wow.
50 years.
30.
Didn't realize time had passed, and then I was like, oh, came back, beat those fairies at chess. I just needed to get reconnected.
Right.
Sorry, Abe, what did you get?
Dirty 20.
Ooh.
Even with the -3.
Charity does not come up as a topic that you can recall of in Faye's journal. You read up 2 points past the desolation, and there was no mention of Charity by the time that she stopped writing in this journal. Like, it seemed like after Pascalis died, maybe a few years after that, things became so mundane in the writing that it seems like she got bored of keeping the record.
He was not contemporary to Pascalis and Cardrak.
Yeah.
I don't know how much this changes things, but the city of Wildeglen was north of here. This might be the closest civilized point to that city if we were going to hike.
It was due north?
Not due north, but
Kind of.
Denny, if you'll indulge me, if I like dig through my bag, I can pull out like an old piece of paper. It looks very weathered, very old.
Sure.
And I can kind of lay it out in front of us. And you would maybe recognize it as like an old map of this area, and there is like a city that no longer exists but does exist on this map, circled. And there's also another point just beside that city where a dot has been drawn in, and in like this like beautiful script, the words Talna Village is written kind of just to the side. And I'll kind of flip this around and I'll show it to you and point out the circled city and say,
This is the city of Wildeglen here.
on our map, it is marked as a ruin point.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. All right.
This little village next to it.
Where I was born. My mother wrote out this map for me once long ago. We always talked about maybe making it back out to Talna Village, but by the time things were rebuilt enough, she was quite ill, so we've never made it.
Do you want to go back?
Perhaps selfishly, if we are headed out that way anyways. It is relatively close by. I don't know that there's anything there anymore. It sounds like people have started making their way back out there.
They're working on a railroad connection.
Yes. I don't know
Or
if
at
they've
least-
gotten so far east.
A
So-
road connection.
A road.
Oh, road. Sorry, fuck. I keep saying railroad.
Yeah.
They're working on the road for him.
Where from is that road? Because even if it's partially, not built but cleared, it might be faster to cut through that way than travel the regular roads.
It's that starting to get constructed just north of Bar, heading kind of eastward off of the road that's already built there.
Oh.
So if we go back to Brawl Bar, be some hikes,
like
some nature,
this.
but
Yeah,
Mhm.
we go
That's
that's
around.
possible.
Guys,
That
it's
would
only
take
like
us-
30 feet to get there.
Whoa!
Easy.
It's so easy.
We can all
Nice.
fly
Yeah.
now. We'll get there in no
Yeah,
time.
no
Yeah.
problem. Guys, we can get to Pro Bar instantly.
Just got to make one athletics check to hop over this cliff, and then we're there.
Easy. I'll roll it right now. That's pretty good. I did it.
I'm glad you set the DC yourself.
Yeah, I did.
I mean, we're making assumptions too. We don't know if we can be teleported anywhere by Huiyan, so
It's true.
That's true.
And if we can't, what are we doing? Are we going to go trek back down the mountain?
why don't we not fall in the trap that we fell into in the past and talk to him first before we start speculating for hours?
Well, we
on
could all
end?
just.
I'm so
what your
proud
mom
of you
said.
guys.
I was like, we've got enough featherfall capability. This, and we could all just jump off of this.
Oh my God. I start
I don't
walking to, down the next level to try and find
Just
go
him.
for
fly
it.
falling creatures. Okay, so who? I guess Drac doesn't need it, so
I
good
can
to
only
go.
fly for like 10 minutes at a time.
But you do it at the
Well,
last
feather fall only
second.
lasts for 1 minute.
Oh, there you go. I call it falling with style.
No.
All right. So you guys have just been kind of chatting up. I don't know if you brought wood to make a fire up here, but I guess breakfast was made. There might have been some wood around for Huiyan.
Spent the long rest attuning to my boots.
You got boots?
No boots.
They're nice, like almost knee-high, like leather boots with like fur around the top of them. Like they're clearly made for an Arctic environment, and they've got like beaded work of like wind kind of decals on them.
I am a fashion statement.
Also, if Huiyan can't teleport us, I do know a teleportation circle in Relbar. I could get us
That's
there if
true.
we needed to.
Okay. So
Easier
that might
if that's
honestly
it.
be the best way because then we're not
Golden.
hiking immediately, right? So that, yeah.
All right. Well, let's have any last minute conversations with him, I guess. Figure out what he knows.
We need to talk to him about coordinating with the other druids.
Yeah.
Because once we get to the Wilderglen wetlands and free that enclave, it's go time.
Yeah, I think at that point, regardless of what the ascendancy needs, things are pushed
Ascendancy
into
won't
motion.
exist, so
Yeah, feels like that.
Right. Well, we'll go talk to Huiyan right after we take a break here. So
Whoa.
we'll be back here in a
Yay.
few. Be sure to use the restroom, get yourself some water, do whatever you got to do, and we'll see you all here in a few minutes. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
All right, Penelope.
Hello again, everybody. Welcome back from break. I just had to make sure that I was not, in fact, muted and just moving my mouth and nothing happening. Yeah,
Can
like
anyone
Anthony
else
just did.
hear him? I can't hear him.
You son of... Well, thank you all for being here this evening. It's such a blast running this game. Be sure to check out our YouTube channel for any of the previous VODs that you might have missed, or recaps that usually, mostly Dallas, but sometimes Ryan and I will hop in and cover when needed. We try and do like 10 minutes-ish, so you don't have to sit around for 4 hours to get caught up for our live streams. So yeah, if you want a quick catch up for our live streams, be sure to do that. I have commands here somewhere. Here we go. And all of our social media is in the chat right now, including our Discord, which is probably the most active of our social media, so also hop on that too. Right. So where we left off before the break, you had all decided you were going to speak with Huiyan, as this sky village is now more populated with spirits. You guys seem to have an idea of what you might want to do. I want to confirm what Huiyan will be able to do to help you. So, you all kind of walk through and ask some spirits as to where they've seen Huiyan, and you find him on one of the lower levels, where he's just kind of speaking with other spirits, you know, checking in with them. And as he sees you approach, he kind of says a farewell to one of the individuals he's speaking with and turns his attention fully to you. Good morning. I hope you're rested.
You're right about those clouds. Very comfortable.
Oh, absolutely. But yeah, any decisions as to what you'll be doing? Anything I can do to help you?
I think we'll be heading back to Brill Bar first, but then we were going to look for the next Druid Enclave in the Wildeglen wetlands.
Yes, their enclave is a bit, as far as I'm aware, one of the... Well, if you thought it was a cakewalk to get up here, there's... The entrance into their enclave is a bit time-sensitive. They work on cycles of the moon.
So... when?
Well... I'm not entirely sure, though I do have a piece of rhyme that I was once given. And I think I might know the answer to it, but I'll let you see if you can figure this out first. She lifts her dark veil, he waves and flees. Only then will stars reveal the way to their secret lair, and the bog beast will keep post over their door.
I'm sorry, the what?
It's
Bog
on the
beast.
map, Gideon.
I know it's on the map. Didn't I tell you one of the stories about that thing? How it, like, took a guy and, like, wrenched him into the water, you know?
He
I'm
was just taking
posting.
him to the Druid Enclave. You weren't there because you were down here cooking, but we were saying maybe like the
I
bog
see
beast
jerky
is actually
bag.
the bog buddy.
It's not gonna be our friend, okay? We're gonna have to kill it. That's what we're
We
gonna
no,
That's
the
what everyone
dragon.
said about the dragon.
Yeah, the
Like,
dragon was good. We gave it back its eye. The
but-
bog beast is a bog friend for life.
Look,
A
alright,
bog
the
buddy,
dragon
if you will.
was a weird case of being a spirit / being probably tied to the Alumbrite stuff or whatever. All right, the bog beast is just a creature. It is a thing of nature that consumes and eats people. Okay.
I mean,
Well,
it sounds like
that's-
it's connected to the druids though. So if it's keeping watch over their entrance,
Hey, I make
Leon,
mistakes
do you
too.
know
okay?
anything about the bog beast?
I do not. In fact, I haven't even attempted to solve this riddle out of respect for the other enclaves.
Okay.
okay, Denny. So have you made up moon cycles for this universe? And would you like to share them with us?
Well, if you go and check out our world anvil,
Oh, Lordy, haven't been in there for a minute.
Actually, it's been a while for me too.
What?
Good thing.
Because, I mean, if it's normal moon cycles, I think after a new moon, which would be lifting the dark veil, would be a waxing crescent.
Well, did you know that, or did you look that up? Because I was literally in my head being like, I don't know, fuck
I
off.
didn't remember if it was waning or waxing. I had to look
Okay.
up which order that one was.
Right.
Waning is the end of it.
Waning is the leaving, waxing is the start.
Okay, where do I have to look in here?
And he's sending us on like an ARG right now.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm here.
Fuck,
I'm
where's
in
my
it.
calendar?
There's a lot.
I didn't even.
Oh, I found
there
it.
is. Under the World Codex.
Come
Oh,
on.
why do I have 2 of these?
Oh,
What have
I
I
got
done?
there. Okay, so we are in. I'm gonna get there first, Denny.
Nope,
We are
I'm already
in
there.
Knight's
Just like
Edge.
sauce us over a link.
Okay, wait.
Very
So
well.
Logan, what's the picture? Which way does it need to be going? Is it black on the right or the left?
Black on the left.
Oh wait, everything is black
Yeah,
on the left.
like,
though. That's not helpful.
The moon, after a new moon, the moon comes into view on the right.
They're all on the left though.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I cannot believe that you have a moon cycle calendar. That's insane.
That is fucking neat.
Oh wait, they have names.
New Blossoms
Oh, good God, Denny.
Day. Barrier Day.
Huh?
Moda
Oh
isn't
my
old.
lord, your brain is crazy.
What?
Okay.
Oh, there's Barrier Day. Okay.
So
what?
we are in, for everyone else who doesn't look at the calendar, we are in Knight's Edge.
Okay.
Are currently, to our knowledge, because we have not been clarified what time it is actually, for us, it is Mo Day, which is the 6th day. Although, if there's a 3-day delay, it's likely a Tur Day. Well, or Tars Day. So it's one of those. potentially. We
What day of the month are we on?
don't- Knight's
the
Edge, number
6th?
7.
7 or 10?
Yeah, so we're either on the 6th, the 9th, or the 10th. Like, for us, it's the 6th. In real world, maybe it's 9th and 10th, or maybe we're completely wrong and it's like something different. So
I wonder
There's
if
a
I can
holiday
show...
on the 30th called Thin Veil.
Hmm.
yeah.
Oh, but that's waxing.
Waxing gibbous.
In which case it waxing.
I might be
falls
able
The
off
to-
the
14th is waning gibbous.
But if we want the veil is lifted, then we want waxing.
So that would be the
Oh, it's
21st.
okay. So it'd be the opposite then.
Moda is in waning crescent. Because what's the story between them? Moda is the goddess, and then the other.
Moda's the moon.
Lotus.
Yeah. And so
And
what's
then
the
there was-
other person?
There's Rowan A, right?
Romané.
That is
Water.
correct.
I believe water and love. She's moon and love.
Oh, because he waves and flees. What's the tide situation?
Yeah, do you have a tide map? too?
Yeah.
So wait,
Is
he
that-
waves and flees, so we have to go there during low tide,
Low
during
tide.
a wane or a waxing crescent.
No, I thought you said a waning crescent, right? Because it's the new moon is when it's
Yeah.
dark. So the
So
next.
there's a
waxing
waxing
is right
crescent.
after.
There's a waxing crescent on the 4th, right after Thin Veil. She lifts her veil on Thin Veil on the 30th, and then on the 4th of last leaf is a waxing crescent.
But
I don't know what is young means in terms of.
I don't know what that means
cycles.
either, but 4 and 5 are waxing crescents.
'Cause
I think,
One,
like,
2,
Or
3
the
might
f-
also
new,
be.
young
The 30th is also in a
Yeah.
waxing crescent.
waxing.
And the
okay, wait.
29th.
I'm so confused by this imagery. Is it when it's all black? Is that a full moon and not it being completely dark, Denny?
It could be full,
I
it could
c-
be new.
I was like, yeah, I've just clicked on them to read it because I think the symbols are a little
I agree.
Yeah.
The symbols are a little confusing.
the symbols are very confusing.
If you just
but the
click on
words,
them, it tells
you. Click
you.
on it, it'll tell
Yeah.
you.
I think the obvious answer is
Is the
Thin Veil.
30th?
Yes.
I'm fucking lost beyond all belief, but that's fine.
Well,
Does
just because
anywhere
it
does
says she lifts her dark veil, and there's a
Yeah.
whole holiday called Thin Veil.
So let's assume then
But
we need
let's
to be
assume- wait.
there at that time.
But
Around
I
it.
cannot imagine that once a year you can enter this enclave.
That's so
Huiyan
hard to
You
imagine.
can't imagine that?
If you guys are debating this out loud, Huiyan says,
Yeah.
"No, I believe it is more of a monthly
Okay.
exit."
Yeah. So I think maybe it's any point during the waxing crescent, like those few days that you have as the veil is getting lifted.
Perhaps.
That's my best bet.
So
Or it's like when it's like a full moon. 'Cause
That's
it's like
what
the
I
veil's fully lifted.
So
It's one or the
on
other,
in
my
Night's
thought.
Edge, Moda is new on the 24th of this
Yeah.
month.
And, yeah,
then the
24th to
25th.
the 26th. And then it
And
goes
then
into
it's
young.
And then
2 days, and then it's in waxing
the
crescent.
29th. So it might just be that it worked out to be Thin Veil, which is kind of sick, but I think it might be that we actually need to be there the day before Thin Veil. Right? Because that's the first waxing crescent, it's the 29th.
Yeah.
I mean, that's good though. That gives us like 10 days. So I have to go pour my tea in real life, so I'll be back for more moon debate.
I don't know that 10 days is going to be enough if we're going to Scroll Bar and then all the way back across the continent.
Otherwise,
We're
we're
gonna
gonna
hit-
month.
Yeah, I was going to say we're going to do this in the next month, I think.
Yeah.
Well, if it
I mean-
eases your pressure, I suppose. I do believe that our deadline is beginning to look like Cold Rest will be when we need to gather the druids at the very latest.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So that gives you about,
4 months.
honestly, almost half a year.
Okay. We got some time to kill.
Well, we shouldn't dilly-dally around.
No.
That's at the
You know what this
latest.
means? And I point at Elowen.
What?
We have 4 months to kill some time.
We don't have time to kill now.
What are we talking about?
Nothing.
I
Okay.
He wants to go to the Wilder.
Yeah, a trip to the Wilder.
As fun as that would be.
I think. Let's get ahead of the game. We finish our homework early, and then we get to go for a field trip.
Yuan, do you have any means of teleporting us to Wildeglen? Or anywhere?
Scroll Bar?
Not quite. It's not really in my wheelhouse of ability. However, I could take you at least to one of the exit points within the mountain range here.
Which point?
Well, that depends on where you would like to exit. Otherwise, I could just take you back to Darokarth if that's where you decided to go.
As long as you don't have to
Yeah.
walk through that city again.
Yeah.
No.
Well, if we go to Darokarth and then
Are you aware of the city, Huiyan?
I did take a look last night. That is... I'm going to be punching a hole through that.
What?
Best of
What?
luck to you.
What do you mean by that?
Have to be
Well,
one hell of a
removing
punch.
some of the rock to regain the passage up the
Oh,
mountainside.
okay.
That makes sense.
Okay, cool.
makes a lot
Because-
more sense than what I was picturing.
We, as you have obviously heard, we are on a time crunch. But just know the moment everything is resolved, I will be back here studying those ruins forever. So I just need you to know that.
Well, you
Also-
might find us amongst them as well, seeing as though
That's
it is
fine.
now part of the landscape.
And just so you're aware, there is weird time stuff that happens when you're in that city. So be careful.
Well, will be noted, and I'll see what I can do to correct that.
And if you see any statues, those were people.
Yes, I pull out my piece of calcified alumbrite flesh, and just be like, they look like they're made of this. They were alumbrites once, but the shunting into our plane of existence without protection caused them to turn into rock. So
how bizarre. Concept of how we turn from solid material to soul, and these people have kind of done the opposite.
Whoa.
Well, like I said, I can take you to any exit point within the range, take you to Darkarth, and then take you out. If I know I would like, eventually I'm going to be speaking with. He gestures to drag your village's elders and see how things are there. I do have a few gifts as well before you leave.
Oh.
Presents.
Hmm. Well, and to
That
Drac.
was not in character.
Are you sure?
Are you sure? It kind of was.
Yeah, that's kinda...
No, I'm not going to be at that much of a child.
To Drac, he pulls out. It was kind of like, almost like a sash around his waist, but like kind of undoing this sash, he pulls off the ribbon coating or covering and reveals a chain with 2 weights at either end and also 2 like spear tips on them.
Ooh.
And he's like, he hands it to you. This is a weapon of balance, and based on what I see of you, I think the way your people have guided themselves, you might be quite proficient with this. Just remember the balance, otherwise it will hurt you as well.
Drac will kneel down and accept it and stand back up. Thank you, Huiyan. I will take into account your lessons whilst I wield this.
And for turns to Azaria. Is there something with which you engage in protecting yourself?
I mean, like, my weapon? Or...
Well, not everybody uses a weapon. Some people may use a shield to defend themselves, but...
I mean, I have a big crossbow. I don't really use a shield. I can. It's just hard to use with that, but then I do have this focus I got from the other temple for my spells.
Well, the fact that you brought the crossbow up first makes me interested in that, so show that.
I hand this big crossbow.
And he touches it. And like the metallic elements of the crossbow, like he puts his head on the eagle. And so your crossbow has like wooden elements and then golden elements to it. Everywhere where there's gold on this thing begins to crystallize and form like buildup of quartz similar to his own appearance. And this kind of gives it a crystalline appearance, and also some of this crystal kind of seeps into the wood and you can hear some like wood cracking a little bit. And he pulls out 2 tiny white quartz crystals. And he hands one to Azaria. And he looks over to Gideon with... You can't see where he's looking because of the way his eyes are, but he hands one to you too, Gideon.
What? Gideon takes it.
These allow for different effects if your weapons are capable of feeling different energies. So, Azaria, yours does not need to generate, or does not need ammunition anymore. It can generate its own. I detect the element of lightning with this. You can change that out to this, which is radiant. It is light.
Oof.
And he gestures to Gideon too, and that's what yours is as well.
Oh. How do I put it into this thing?
I believe you have other crystals on you, so whatever you're doing for them.
Gotcha.
And in fact, if you have other crystals, I think Azaria can also use those. So if you decide to trade amongst yourselves.
Oh.
Gideon pulls out his infinity stones.
I should have been collecting some of those too.
Small price to pay for salvation.
There was one thing I was wondering if you could help me with. I like pull out the little vial. I did collect from the water temple just some like water from the elemental plane of water. I know that you said that you didn't have a connection to the plane of air here, but if you knew where there was one or a way to get it, I'd just love to get a sample of air from there.
I will be honest, I'm not entirely sure how I can make that happen presently. As
We've
air
got
is
a grove to meet in a few months.
If it is acceptable to have it by then, I can see what I can do. Air is also a finicky thing to contain.
Yeah, I was going to try to swoop it in another vial. Seal it on.
I wish you luck in that endeavor. I will see what I can do for you.
Thanks.
Drac also mentioned that you were a child of the Saffronis.
Yeah. She was my mother. My father was an Eladrin. He was like the keeper of our grove.
And she was your Archdruid.
Yeah, pretty much. Not as able to travel as the others, but she's what all the druids there had flocked to. I think she like brought them in. Did you like know my mother well? What did you know of her?
I knew she was a kind soul. And I worry for what has happened to her, seeing as though she was not able to perform her duty. But how fitting that you have stepped into that role.
Yeah, it was a bit of a fluke or fate, maybe fate. But we did go to where my mother was. There's a thriving village in that area now. But under the area where my mother's tree was, now a pool of water, but deep below there, it seems like there's a portal to Darkest Heart. I was wondering if you knew anything about that.
That's fascinating and unfortunate. Have you had a chance to meditate upon your mother's place?
No, not really. When I was there, my father was passing away, and so most of my time was spent with him and my family.
My heart goes out to you.
Thank you.
I'm sure he's with the stars now.
I believe so.
Well, if you manage to find a moment and end up back there, I would recommend perhaps meditating on the location where your mother had been. It might open some more insight to you.
Okay. Thanks.
Sometimes we need to feel with more than just what we see and what we sense. Let's see, what else can I do for you? Well, I think that very well might be about the extent of things. Were you all ready to leave immediately, or what would you like from me?
I feel like we're ready to go, yes?
I think so.
Yeah.
Where? What was the decision?
Um,
Are we going down to Darrowcarth and then teleporting to Pearl Bar, or? So I was thinking, what if we send a message to Charity to see if her teleporting us to Wildeglen is something, or close by is something she can do.
I do have a selfish request, but again, feel free to decline in favor of saving the world. So this pistol thing, it's floating around me, and, well, it's my most powerful weapon, and it's kind of just floating around me now. So I'd like to do something to maybe boost the power of something else I use, so I could do both in tandem. You know what I'm saying? I maybe go talk to Eckhart again if we got money. I mean, we got to be waiting on some money from the government because, geez, we've not been paid yet. I don't believe so.
We actually
get paid?
done anything for them? I don't think
Yeah, it's like-
so.
Well,
What
if
have
we
we
go
done for
back
them?
to Brule Bar to help them out, we'll get paid for it, right?
Yeah.
Will we? Also, can't you just grab your gun from the air?
I mean, yes, but like, I could do other things too. Like, I could heal you with a med kit while it does things. I could shoot more while it shoots. I could do all sorts of things. It lets me multitask. It's like you when you summon that like scythe thing, like, you know, like, like, you know, like I can do that. But you know, it's like as if my scythe was the most powerful thing that I did, you know, or the saw, not a scythe. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Drac?
This is a chakram, actually.
Chakram. That words are hard. Yeah. So.
Represents the cycle of. Anyways, doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, maybe it does.
I think talking with Charity about the possibility of that would be useful.
Yeah, I can send her a quick message.
I also selfishly would love to stop by Varmhall at some point.
I would love to stop back at Darrowcarth too. So
yeah,
if we want to.
Darrowcarth's doable. That's very close.
I think we could
Immediately.
get sent back down to Darrowcarth, and then Huiyan, Juan, would you be able to from there get us down the mountains too, or is it like just to there?
I mean, anywhere within the mountain range. As I currently understand things, it might not be safe for me to go beyond my domain, so to say.
I guess like my
Are
wonder
you
was,
able to? Sorry, Rhea. Are you able to sense kind of like what's going on in the mountains? I'm not entirely sure of the extent of your abilities. Like, basically, just people from my village mine in a certain section of the mountains. So I was thinking maybe if you could like feel that. I don't know. That would get us pretty close after Darrowcarth. So
yeah, I guess that was kind of my ask. I was like, could you send us to Darrowcarth and then like send us to like, you know, somewhere near the edge of the mountains close to the Saffronis forest?
I very well could. Yes, I think I could make that possible.
okay.
It's settled then.
I will just say, don't get out of your warm clothing just yet.
Oh, don't worry. Mine are like super badly singed. I'm probably gonna have to get more from Darrowcarth. It's great.
But also, actually, I think I can help once more. I sense the material of the dragons. And he turns to Abe.
My axe is dragon glass, yes.
It's marvelous. Do you mind if I have a look?
I will pass it to him.
And he holds it in his hands. He's not like looking down at it. You get the sense that might not really help him much in this situation, but he's like feeling along the blade, and it is a very interesting shaft that you've adhered this to. And begins to like run his fingers along the actual glass component, kind of like somebody who would run their fingers along like a singing bowl. And it kind of begins to hum. And the red of the axe begins to glow pure white. And it's like that red completely seeps out of it. And he hands it back to you. Your dragon glass is now a +2 weapon, and you have the ability to cast light through it.
That's pretty exciting.
What the hell? I was gonna make the joke that he hands it back, and it's like, this is now a -1 weapon. You're welcome.
This now scales only off of charisma.
I hope it's good.
I think
I don't know
it's
what I'm
like-
doing.
Man.
I believe that sometimes it's not good to be too overpowered, so I've made things more of a challenge for you to promote inner growth.
I feel like you've considered yourself a failure recently, and I'm here to say yes.
You have been.
Wow.
That's what he's trying to balance out, you know.
We're all about the balance up here in the mountains, so.
Oh.
So funny. All right. Well, okay. So, do we?
Garukarth.
Okay. Do we need to message Charity at all, or like we're pretty set to be good for Bulbar? Because like a second ago, everyone was like 10 days is not enough time to get to Glen, and we don't know for sure if.
I can send her a
We
I
actually
don't
have
think
a
it's
chance.
enough time either way.
We have more than
Probably.
10 days?
Well, we don't know what day it is. Okay, so message Charity, Drac. First, ask what day it is. Second,
I don't like how pointed you're being right now.
Drac, ask the day. And then about her teleporting abilities, please. Thank you.
Well, you got really intense and really casual about that, so it's fine.
Don't want you to
okay.
forget. It's a lot of pressure to be the messenger, so.
I know. I'm trying my best. Okay. That made me more nervous now.
Just do it. Just don't fuck it up.
Oh, gosh.
Just don't.
Yeah, I don't think you're helping him, to be honest.
Oh,
It's okay, Drake.
that changes a person. Okay. Right. Charity. What day is it exactly? Date, etc. And we may be coming back to Probar. Would you be able to teleport us after, close to or to the Wildeglen wetlands? Thank you. Bye.
Your message goes through, and Charity replies. It is currently AO Day, the 11th, and if the service is absolutely required, I could potentially teleport you within that area, that region. I might specifically have to choose the Wildeglen city itself, though I don't know what state it's currently in.
Okay. It's the 11th of whatever month the Ascendancy calls it.
Night's Edge.
Yeah, that one. And then she can teleport us, but she said if absolutely necessary. She sounded really like trepidatious about it. But I mean,
It's quite
World
powerful
saving.
magic.
but the world's saving. We're saving the world.
There's
Yes.
there is also the chance that we will get there and we will be called to arms or called to do something for the Ascendancy.
Well, we will be. That's kind of the point of why we're going, right?
We're going to check in. I want to like have us there for a bit and then if they're good to send us off, we can go and do our own thing. I think they're, we have
Like how we thought.
about 4.5 months before the druids must be together.
Were you given a
getting our-
specific number or just the month?
Just the month.
You have
I
time.
think,
Roughly the end of Cold Rest.
yeah.
Okay.
We have some time. I think just like the hope that we'll get there by the end of this month. I wouldn't get our hopes up.
Indeed.
And also, you've done a lot. So you may want to take some time to yourselves anyway.
We have to go
Feels like-
see our new key.
Invest in yourselves. Don't burn yourselves out. It won't do anyone any good if you continue on and, well, come back to visit me here through unconventional means.
It's a good point. And after that fight, maybe we need a bit more training.
I could certainly use a bigger gun.
So, go to Derokarth. You get down the mountain. We go to Varnhall. And then Elwyn, you can teleport us to Brobar.
Yes.
It feels like a plan.
Oh, you know what? We could go say hi to Tyrone, see how he's doing.
Oh,
It
that would be nice.
Wow.
We'll have to pick up supplies again when we're in Pelbar.
Yeah.
I can only teleport us once. But if we're going to
That's
a large city, we should be able to find those supplies.
Yes.
Well, if you are all ready then, if you wouldn't mind giving me some space.
Take some steps back.
As Huiyan kind of breathes in deeply and you all give him some room, he outstretches his arms and the flowing robes that he is wearing begin to, like as if they were caught up in a furious windstorm, just begin to flap furiously, and just wind accumulates around him, and from within him, like light begins to burst forth through his hands, through his eyes, through his legs, almost until he's entirely encompassed in light and his form begins to grow. The robes absorb into the form itself. Large wings span out. His neck elongates. His arms turn into quadrupedal form, and a long tail comes down the back of him. After a moment of awe, furious wind, and transformation, he sits in front of you now, an adult crystal dragon.
Let's go, dude!
Oh, fuck.
Holy
wait.
shit. Oh, yeah, dude! Oh, there it is!
Danny, can I just say, I know that the foundation of your world is based on dragons that suck, but I like that the first one that we've encountered is a nice one, and I'll forever love you for that. Friend dragon!
Other dragons.
Dragon.
Have we?
Yeah, we saved a couple dragons earlier.
Oh, saved.
I don't know.
Saved.
They weren't particularly had any opinion towards us. This is like a truly friendly. I guess I
Sure.
forgot about them if I'm being honest.
Don't worry, Baz took care of him.
Yeah.
Thanks for the reminder, right? Drac just looks up and says, "Oh, that explains a lot, actually." Okay.
Gideon's just stunned.
Now,
Wow.
something else that is,
Oh, you can just keep talking. Okay.
I
cool.
absolutely can.
My goodness.
I do not know what you know of dragons, but the 4 Archdruids are avatars of the 4 who broke off from Vishtalk. So we are all capable of this.
Oh no.
The fucking
Oh my god.
the mural, right? Wasn't that what that?
It's just a family portrait. That's all it is.
Yo! What the hell? What the fuck?
Holy
What's their face from the other enclave? Didn't deign to mention that. Did we even ask them about the mural? And they were like, I don't know.
Yeah, they were like, this is
Like, that last druid was such a jerk. We can't just
Yeah.
make this shit bad.
Holy shit.
my
As
God.
I mentioned to Dracul earlier when I was speaking to him, I have a bit of a softer heart towards our draconic kin. So I take a bit of pride in
Drac
this.
just kind of like takes a knee and bows in front of Huiyan.
No, you stand. That is not what I am here for.
Okay.
But I should also let you know, clearly you must not know too much about dragons. But I'm sure there are many like me hiding out amongst your peoples. There's a certain point in the lifespan of a dragon where we hear Mirik Jiramliani, the Song of Second Sight, and we awaken to sentience, and some of us gain the ability to be able to blend in. But our younger dragons tend to be more bestial and uncontrolled. But once they hear this song, they become intelligent, able to use magic, and communicate through language.
Is the time range different for each dragon?
It does vary.
Okay. So you were a dragon first. All of the druids were dragons first, and then gained the ability to look humanoid.
Yes.
So Ria's mom's a dragon.
Well, the Sephironis is actually one special, because with the Vishtalk splitting, there were 5 dragons, but one of us didn't make it. So, the Sephironis is actually more of a direct servant to Meadow. More directly tied to the planet. Not one of the dragons.
Whoa.
When you say didn't make it, what do you mean?
That is information that has been kept from us. And I assume for safety. I assume
By
a sacrifice.
Who? Gods?
Again, I would assume so.
That's what the lore keeper told us as well when we asked.
Is this how the druids knew to leave? Because it was dragons that were coming and you were dragons too?
Well, I have the gift of foresight, and I was able to see
right.
this, so communication.
Okay.
Not because of dragons, because of communication.
Sure. Okay.
Well, if you're not too terrified, you may hop on my back and we will make our way to Daragarth.
Oh.
Okay.
Let's go.
I'm with you, kid.
I run. I'm so excited. I want to get on first, and I want to wrap my arms around its neck, and it's definitely Nell doing this and not me. And I will not justify it in character. Thank you so much.
Nor should you have to.
All right. Once the lot of you climb on,
Can I get that featherfall token?
I got you, Gideon. Hold on to me. If we fall, I'll catch us.
All right, thank you.
large wings beat and the clouds around you kind of whoosh out. Though still allowing him to stand here, they just kind of spread off and give this grand takeoff as 1, 2. He is now tens of feet above where you all were just standing. And you hear him say, "Hold on tight, shut your eyes." And forward momentum as wind bites against your skin, and then moments later, more than wind, the storm, you're back in it. Snow pelts against any place that has skin available for the cold, the biting. But moments instead of days. As you're flying through the snow, those of you who dare to open your eyes, you see occasional tops of mountains fly by you, though you cannot see much more than maybe 100 meters below the top of these mountains. As it's just drowned in white, in mist, in cloud. And eventually that storm breaks through again. And you open your eyes. You are 100, 200, 300 feet and a different perspective above Darrokarth. In a matter of maybe a minute or two. And the dragon begins lowering itself down. And you can begin seeing people on the ground, like, pointing up to the sky. And some people go, like, drop to the ground. And, like, some other people just yell out and run into houses. I'm sure no one in Darrokarth was expecting to see a great dragon made of crystal flying toward their village. And Huiyan brings you guys down to the landing in front of the main temple at the highest point of Darrokarth. And he just lowers himself to allow you all to get down.
Gideon scurries off as things back.
I linger in a slight hug a little bit too long, then just slide down.
And Huiyan kind of sits, like, properly perched upward, almost like a well-trained dog. Unfortunate comparison for him, but he sits regal and awe-inspiring as people make their way up the cliffs to come and see the dragon that has just landed. And a lot of you who came riding in on it. Including a couple of your friends.
Mm-hmm.
Holy heck, it's been a while since I've even thought about your friends. I'm like, oh god, what were their names? I'm failing.
For Ito.
Ito
and Rava?
Nava.
Yes, of course. But yeah, Darrokarth is just coming up the slopes and just, like, in awe of Huiyan. And he begins speaking. You have nothing to fear of me. My name is Huiyan. I am a guest in your home. Though I suppose I was the first to invite you here. I'm happy to see you all. I hear you have elders that I may speak with? And your uncle Armash comes out of the crowd. Like, stoic as all heck. I can go and gather them up, and we can set a time for you to speak with them. And Huiyan just kind of, like, nods his head. Very well, I will remain here, and I suppose you can let me know when you're ready. He turns to the group of you. I suppose you may do whatever business you have here while I wait to speak with them.
You want me to come with you?
I think you have more important things to do than talk to old people.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, old people, you say. That's right up my alley.
Drac will put his hand on Huiyan's, like, whatever the highest point he could reach on this large dragon, and just say, thank you, and try not to blow their minds too much.
I'm sure it will go fine. Welcome back to Darrokarth. Many people are just in awe as you guys begin to make your way into the crowd and like just staring at the dragon.
Drac will find Nava and Ito as fast as he can, and whenever he finds them, we'll just scoop them both into a big hug.
Ito's like drag.
I know.
What?
This is wild.
I'm glad to see you're alive. What?
Yeah. Funny part, I actually died.
What?
Yep.
And Nava straight up slaps you.
No.
How dare you?
Ow.
Don't you be doing that.
At least someone's taking this seriously.
Nell brought me back.
She looks at you now, and right, you know Draconic. So she says to you, "You better be sure to slap him if that ever happens again as well."
If you need me to, I'll slap him for other reasons as well. I'm happy to carry on a legacy.
Oh God, please
if
don't.
Needed.
Her hands are so much bigger than yours, Nava.
You know what? It sounds like a decent threat. I'm sure he will smarten up then.
Under my breath, I'll like lean closer, like try to keep like just between us. Be like, how cool did he look though, coming down on that dragon? I've not talked to Track about this at all. I do not know the relationship one bit. I'm like, I'm gonna make assumptions.
I mean, it's definitely something that doesn't ever happen, so just another reason for me to be upset with him. Always getting to do the fun stuff.
Mm-hmm. Maybe one day the two of you will go on your own adventure together. And then I'm like, I have to go. I just walk away.
I mean, that's also what he said to me. I don't understand. Okay, she's gone.
Sorry, I feel awkward. You get it. You've been there. We're the same in a way. I just run.
No, when are you going? Okay. Well.
Now, like, anime runs with cloud dust behind her down the slopes of Darrokarth.
Like, don't animate the legs. It's just like... Tick, 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 tick.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Well, I'm glad you're all alive. Yeah, I'm glad you're alive, too. Also, Dragon!
Dragon.
Yeah. Okay, I'm done. I'm gonna go this way before I yell it again. But
there's gonna be a lot of changes, I think, happening in Darrokarth soon.
Oh, like what?
The elders are going to hear from this dragon. I've learned a lot about the history of our people. Just keep an open mind, friends, okay? And let your actions speak for you more than your beliefs.
Nava gets closer to you and like whispers in your ear, "You think I might actually get a chance to leave? Will it be that big of a change?"
You might. But remember, baby steps, please. Or I'll have to slap you.
You wouldn't.
I wouldn't, you're right.
Your parents raised you well. And she slaps you again, but like lighter this time.
Speaking of, should go say hi to Mother and Father.
Yeah, your parents did not come up for this. They must have been preoccupied with something.
I'll go find them.
All right, well, have fun, Dragon.
Go introduce yourself. Tell them you're a friend of mine.
You want me to talk to the dragon?
He's very nice.
He's
really
very
nice.
tall.
Yeah. So is Armash.
Armash isn't that tall.
Go introduce yourself. Nava, go with him.
No. she like grabs his hand like a child and just like pulls him along, and he's like, and he's also wearing that bumblebee hat that he had to poke
Yeah,
holes to
he
make his
is.
horns go through, so he
Let's
looks like a total
go.
doof. Oh, they're gonna go say hi to the dragon. What's everybody else doing?
I guess just sticking with Drac.
Yeah. About the same.
I'll give them, what was it? Was it the vinegar that was useful? Saying that I have no use for this pour of the jug today. I'll go back to that merchant who I'd like offered some to and just like point to the jug, thumbs up, pour it into a thing for them. Not expecting anything in return, and then just everything with hands, because I feel like Grobo right now. I'm like,
Robo's like in your hair helping you gestate.
Yeah, Grobo's actually like confusing the messaging a little bit. Like doing
I'm
like
thinking Grobo should be the translator. Like Grobo understands all languages but can only speak with hands.
oh yes, universal Grobo will be a language.
Oh, I mean, last campaign I tried to learn robot, so this one I'll try and learn Grobo.
Yep.
Robot.
Well, Jason killed the robot before Logan could learn it.
I know. I was so close.
Shame.
The rest of you make your way to Drax's family home. Azaria will meet up with you shortly after giving vinegar away to the village.
I definitely did leave. I don't know. I just started to wander aimlessly.
Nell's out in the blizzard, probably dying of cold.
Yeah. Just
Oh, yeah.
fucking on my base, wandering around in the cold.
Mhm.
I don't know.
You'd go dip in the hot springs if you want.
There you go.
Maybe.
But yeah, you make your way back to the house, and as you're showing up, your parents are actually like coming out of the front being like, what is all the commotion? Dracul,
Father!
you're back already. And they just like take you in their arms. They're like,
Oh, it's so good to see you.
oh, glad to see you back
Drac will
in out
just
of the
point
cold.
up to the top of the hill. There's dragon.
Well, yes, that's where the elders are. We're all dragonborn. Of course there's dragons.
No, there's a literal dragon.
A-
Full real dragon.
They're... What? Okay, well that would explain a lot of the commotion. Okay, well, we're gonna have to take a
we
look.
we just flew in on said dragon.
What was that like? They're
Very
like,
cool.
your mom's like trying to, keep her composure, have a conversation with you, and your dad's like, I want to go look at the dragon.
Yeah, we found the other druid enclave. We saved it from its corruption, and the druid there was a dragon.
I'm so glad you're safe. I'm so glad you're doing good things. Could you not sit more still? All right. We're gonna have to go up to the top and see the dragon.
Yeah, it's going to go speak with the elders soon. There's a lot that will be revealed, I think, about us, about our people, about what we were supposed to be.
And your parents kind of look at each other. Your mom like a bit hopeful, and your dad like a bit confused. But
Just everything, hopefully, will be okay. We still uphold the balance. It just might be under a different name? I don't really know.
well,
There's
everything,
a lot that's been shown to me that's changed.
everything's
a lot.
already okay, Drac. You're still here.
I suppose
Well,
I am.
Get warm. Feel free to feed your friends anything that you can find in there. We'll come back shortly.
Okay.
Very good.
Introduce yourself to the dragon. It's very nice.
Does he have a name?
Huiyan.
Okay, Huiyan. That is a good name. All right, we'll see you soon. And she kisses you on both sides of your face. And your dad just like picks you up in a hug. Oh, I'm so excited and so happy to see you. Oh. All right.
Thank you, Father.
Bye, Cool. We'll be back soon.
Bye.
It's definitely the most like childlike excitement you've seen him ever have. But the two of them go on. You guys have the house to yourselves. Party?
Tent party?
Well, you could always give teaching me Dragon Chess another shot.
Well, I mean, that was kind of all I needed to do here, was just say hello and give him a caveat for what's about to happen. So.
You want to stay to see what happens?
I mean, it's going to be a
The
long...
dragon is our ride down, so we have
Yeah,
to wait,
so-
I think.
We have to wait anyways.
Well, I'm gonna either play some Dragon Chess or take a dip in the hot spring.
Ooh, hot spring sounds actually really nice right now, so
I think
I'll
my
go do that.
muscles could use the relaxation.
That's what I'm thinking.
Plus, with everyone up there looking at the dragon, the hot springs will be empty.
Hot spring it is.
You don't mind, I think I'd rather stay here.
Yes,
Jack,
of
could you
course.
leave your pearl? I'd like to try something.
Oh, sure. There you go.
Thanks. Enjoy the hot springs.
Will do. What is she planning?
I may just stay here and lie down again, if you don't mind company, Owen.
Of course.
My home is your home. Enjoy.
Azaria, you meet up with them just in time for them to leave the house and going, we're going to the hot springs.
All
There
right.
you go.
Had to give them more vinegar. It seemed useful.
Oh, hey,
Very good.
before I go, think about some foods you want to try. All right, write me a list. Okay, I don't know if you have any memories of that from before, but hey, if there's anything that like we've had, that even like that looks good, or if there's something that you remember from a past or whatever, write it down and I'll figure it out.
Think on it.
And Gideon leaves.
Well, what you got to do for him is, you got to have him have some generic food, and then you got to cook for him.
So first he can try the mayonnaise.
First, you could try the vinegar.
Yep. Does this world have tacos somewhere?
On a
You go
different
vinegar,
company.
mayo, then beer, and then you get real food.
Every world's got to have tacos somewhere.
Right. So I guess the four of you go down to the springs, and Abe and Elowin are going to remain at the hut.
I'm
Nope.
not with them.
Where the hell did you run off?
She's gone.
Just down
We'll
the
never
road.
see
We
her
talked
again.
about it.
She's in Pro Bar already.
Yeah. She ran all the way
She's
home.
made it there already.
Yeah. I'm like, I gotta get
Really
out of
slowed her
here.
down.
All right. Well,
So-
now where are you?
I don't know. I think
Got lost?
You want like a list of places in Darakarth?
how far away were those like springs that we like
Where
like that
Abe-
spring that we
Oh,
Yeah.
to the Rawane Springs? I mean,
Yeah.
it's a bit of a trek, but it's like just outside the village, kind of.
Yeah, like half-hour-ish walk.
is it like an unsafe walk if I were to go alone?
No, not
it's fine.
particularly.
Okay, I think I'm just walking that way. Just a lot has happened, and I think Nell wants to clear her head. So
Right, fair enough. So then Azaria, Drac, and Gideon make their way to the hot springs. And
Cannonball!
and Drac totally called it. The hot springs are completely clear of anybody, except for some of the older Dragonborn and Kobold who are like, I'm sure I've seen whatever's up there before. There's like two things that could excite me this late in my life. A really good casserole or the appearance of a dragon.
I can do either.
What? So, Elwyn, I'm curious.
Hi.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing, my pearl?
Well, I need the pearl to cast Identify.
Hmm.
I've been thinking for a couple of days, and it didn't feel right, I guess. Just we needed to get through this enclave, and we were always around, surrounded by people. We slept in very close quarters. So this is the first chance I think Elowen's had to be kind of on her own. But she's been thinking a lot about how when that ghost spoke to her, she felt that statue in her bag glow red hot. And so I think she's starting to wonder, like, what exactly the connection between that and her is. Is it something that she could rid herself of? Can I destroy it? Would that hurt me? I think there are a lot of questions, and I'm starting to think, I think it's possible that we've never cast Identify on this before, because you have to touch the object to do it, and I don't know that so many people would have loved the idea of touching what is clearly a very evil item. But I've touched it. So if Abe goes and lays down, I think Elowen is interested in just trying to cast Identify, digging through her bag and pulling this thing out of her backpack. It's probably wrapped in some sort of cloth, and she'll take it out. I'm interested in trying to cast Identify on it and see if I can get a better understanding of what exactly this item is.
Just for the
How it
record,
connects me
Abe
to
will
the
be in a
stranger.
different room.
Sure.
All right. And I assume you're doing a ritual cast of it?
I did not prepare it, so yes.
All right. So, begin casting this ritual casting of identification on this little carved statue of the stranger. You've looked at it many times over the years. Probably not for long. But it is this hunched individual with the conical head, which you knew it was a mask, a helmet, so to say, and this spider web of branches that kind of made a fan, almost like a peacock behind it, but with loose hanging things and this strapped basket at its side, the smell of which you still remember as this scent of vegetative decay and offal. And as you begin to cast the identification spell on this thing, what it is eludes you. It is many things, but it is nothing concrete. But the most solid concept you can come up with is, this is the physical form of the contract between you and the entity. You've tried to abandon this thing before in your past. Thrown it into rivers, left it in woods, threw it in fires. You've always found it back in your bag, in your bedroom, next to your bed, after attempting these things. It is evil, and the schools of magic involved with it are definitely necromantic and enchantment based. And now that you've kind of had some time at the schools of magic, or at the Arcana Institutes, this combination of two schools are what is referred to as Hemot Arcana. But it wouldn't surprise you as well if there was an element of Salarmancy with this. Both soul magic and blood magic. And if you've got the body and the soul, that is a very tough contract to break. But isn't possible? You've brought up a good point before of, is it possible to renegotiate a contract? A very curious thing indeed. However, in order to do that, you'll need to have both parties present to renegotiate a contract. And that's what you gauge from that.
Cool. Fascinating.
Abe, you're in the other room, resting peacefully.
So none of that surprises me, but I don't know that I love it anyways.
No. You've wandered down and you found that spring. There are squirrels, rabbits, deer, a saber-toothed tiger, all drinking from the spring. None of them bother each other. None of them look to you as you come down. It is a place of peace.
I think acknowledging that everything seems peaceful here, kind of make my way around to a section where there aren't any animals actively drinking and just kind of sit on the bank next to the springs. Pull this base off of my back and kind of, I don't really think there's like a comfortable way to sit with it, but I'll just have it kind of like in my lap essentially and just start kind of plucking idly at the strings. And yeah, I think I'm just taking time to kind of reflect on the last day. It's only been a day and a half. Just kind of replaying the fight on top of the mountain and thinking like if she could have done better, if there was anything that like she really like fucked up on to make it become such a dire outcome where 4 of us went down. And I think like her thoughts dip a bit negative, thinking about having to choose between 2 of her friends and how she like it worked out, but if it hadn't, how she would have felt, and just worrying about what happens if that happens again in the future. Just the weight of it all.
Well, you take that time to yourself, and eventually you've kind of absorbed yourself into your thoughts and just kind of mindlessly plucking away on this base. You take a moment to notice that some of the creatures have actually kind of gathered around you and are just like curiously watching what you're doing, including the saber-toothed tiger.
That'd be so cool.
As you kind of like look up and look at them, they all like are like, oh, we're making eye contact. Okay, I guess we better go. And they kind of disperse and go back off into the woods.
Oh my god. It feels significant the same way that like the moment so many years ago where she like had that same kind of feeling in her glade with that fox that ended up potentially being super important. And she's like, the fuck does a saber-toothed tiger have to do with anything? And then just buzzes on that for a while. Like, I think I've read anything about those. So.
Marvelous. Well, you have your brooding time down at the lake. Or the Rony
My time
Springs.
to brood.
Yeah. The others of you enjoy the hot springs. Elwyn gets her time with her item. And eventually, Drax's parents return home, only to find Elwyn in the main living area. Oh, and they wave. And they say hello, but of course they only know Draconic. So they kind of get back to doing what they're doing. They like offer you food. They like offer you drink.
No, I'm okay.
They nod and kind of get
Go
what you're
hide in the
saying.
other room
Yeah.
where Adrian or Abe is.
Adrian?
Adrian? I saw an
And
A
could I
and I
have
went
our
Adrian.
guest for this week?
Woo!
Oh my god.
Go
Could you
escape to the other room.
Wild.
So late in the day.
Yeah.
Wow. Crazy.
What's up, my friends?
That's all we can handle of Adrian. He's only
Honestly, if
allowed a
Adrian-
15-minute
yeah.
stint.
If
Yeah.
he was gonna guest on this show, it would have to be like a real quick one.
Yeah. He would be
Um,
like, oh my god, from the
Spurt.
first campaign. Yeah, exactly. Where like Chris Perkins shows up and then dies within 5
Yeah.
minutes and then pieces out. That would be Adrian.
Oh.
Good times.
Okay, well, seeing as though we're talking about him, it only seems fitting that we better. Yeah, I'm gonna throw his Instagram up on in the chat there.
Oh,
Go
yeah.
check out our
Oh,
friend
hell
Adrian.
yeah. Oh, he's so
Thanks.
underrated, dude.
The funny content.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And just so you have some context, if he ever does come on the show.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Jack will eventually start getting kind of pruny and will suggest to his fellow hot tubbers that we should head back.
Yeah, that's
I
It's
feel
nice to get
sufficiently
warmth
relaxed. I know,
in
right?
these cold mountains.
Mhm.
Going with you if being pruny's unhealthy. So
I mean, it doesn't really happen to me the same way it happens to you, Gideon. And
Yeah, I
Azaria,
get
do you
it.
even prune or do you just get really hydrated?
Let's get really hydrated. It's a little too much for the plants in my hair.
That's fair, yes. Huh. Fascinating.
weird how water can dehydrate you. That's weird.
That is weird.
It's to make your grip better.
Facts.
Gideon's
This is
staring at
actually
his
the
hand.
scientific fact of it.
Well, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
Man, my fingers look weird.
Girl just staring at her hands. Guys, I'm really feeling things.
Yeah.
Do you ever feel
You guys,
like
like-
you were...
Old folks like put some herbs or something in the We're just getting high as fuck.
Do you ever feel like you were once a river creature and now you get your fingers all pretty, you can grip onto rocks better as you crawl along the bottom?
That's how it feels to drive a new Ford F-150.
It all comes back around, baby.
Holy fuck. All right. Eventually, as a few hours pass on, Huiyan actually is coming down the village, and a large entourage of people are still like following this guy, but he's back in dragonborn form. And he's coming down. Just it looks like that people are trying to like tour him around to like show him around stuff, and like, this is our village, like these are some of the features, like yada yada yada. Just like everyone's amazed by this guy, and they're like, would you want to move here? Like trying to get, you know, the really cool guy to move into the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And eventually, after quite a bit of this, you guys see the entourage and like, maybe not.
Yeah.
But eventually he finds a moment to break off and meet with you guys. He says, so I've had a chance to meet with your elders. It is a fascinating system that is
One way to put it.
that has set itself up here. But again, I suppose it's not to be unexpected.
What
but-
did you tell them?
Well, I told them what I told you. That I'm the individual who's been contacting and kind of sending prophecy and word as I could. And that my hope was to have you learn the druidic ways. But the way you've lived seems very in line with that, so I think the only change I propose to them would be to do away with this secrecy. It's unnecessary.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
How did
And-
they take that?
Well, when you believe in dragons and you have a dragon telling you this, it's a little hard to say no. So they were pretty compliant.
That's surprising, actually.
Well, though I don't know their names, but I do know who they are now. Not all of them are old, so I feel like a younger mind tends to be more willing to change sometimes. But
So are we calling them the Youngers now?
I suppose that is up to your collective, but you will definitely have friends with the druids in these peaks, and perhaps we can make a whole ecosystem here with the giants as well.
I would like that. We met one who was very kind. We were able to help him out of a tough spot.
Friends can be found in all kinds of shapes. In any case, I'm sure I've left it in their hands to share with your village and begin reshaping yourselves as you see fit. And by that I mean you all. But you will likely still continue to hear from me. Or
I hope so.
Darokarth will.
I think having your insight would be good, especially during a drastic change, such as getting rid of the secrecy.
Well, it'll be rough at first, as most things are. Change is never easy. So, but hopefully this will all be for the better of... I'm glad you're all safe. I'm glad you're all taken care of here. Are you ready to continue your travels?
I think
believe
so. I'll probably just do a quick round, say goodbye again, and then we can meet back at the temple.
I realize I do not like to have a lot of eyes on me after coming in as we did, so
We can
if
go
there's...
out to the woods.
That sounds wonderful. That might be how I come into the village from now on, too.
There's the root of life is just outside. So.
Right. The source
Could
of
be a good
power
spot.
around here. Yes. Right.
Alright, so let's meet out there then.
I will make my way there, and I will meditate. You come find me when you're ready.
Okay. Alright, I'm going to do a quick lap, find friends and family, and I'll meet you at the spring, friends. Is Nell back or is she still gone?
How long has it been?
It's probably been like a couple of hours.
Yeah, probably around the 2-hour mark I would start, like, walking back.
So you'll pass Huiyan as he's on his way down, and you on your way up.
Oh, hey.
We'll be leaving shortly. I think the rest of your group will come meet me down here.
Oh, okay. Trying to decide if it's worth it to be walking back all the way up.
Well, I mean,
Or will
if
they be
you want
looking
to,
for me?
if you want to come with me, I will be just meditating down there.
I worry that they're going to wonder where I am and not come down because of it. You can't send them a message, can you? I don't...
What was your name?
Me? Oh, Nell.
And then he like puts his hand like next to his head, and like the floating crystals around his head kind of spark out, and his eyes like flash white. Drac, you hear a message in your head. Your companion Nell is going to be with me at the spring already.
Oh, great. Thanks for letting me know.
And turns
If
back
he's
to
gonna-
Nell. They're aware.
Thank you. Do you mind if I join you in meditation?
By all means.
Well, if we get back down to the spring, if he'll allow me to like lean my back against him, I'll just say like it was hard for me to trance last night because everything's so soft, nothing to lean on. So
Sure. You do as what you need to do. And you feel him breathing as air's a big thing for his meditation.
I love it.
But you sit
It's
back
very
to back with
soothing.
him.
Oh my god.
Drac,
Dream.
you get to do your laps.
Say goodbye to Ito and Nava.
Ito loves his hat. Nava apologizes for slapping you when
okay.
nobody else is around. Of course.
Of course.
Does she look back while he walks away?
Oh, she doesn't stop looking.
Heyo. Yeah, he'll just give them both a firm hug and wish them well, and he'll say, I can't promise I won't die again, but I promise I will make it back here in one piece.
I don't think that's as reassuring as you think it is.
I don't mean it to be reassuring. What I'm doing is dangerous. And I just want you to be prepared for the fact that I might not come back alive.
I understand what you're doing is very important. And I really hope you're going to do everything in your power to make sure that you do come back alive, but I know I can't stop you. I wish I could go with you. Yeah, me too, but hunters gotta hunt, right?
And Nava's going to maybe join you on some of those hunts, Ito.
Oh, that'd be great. I'm so glad. Oh, yeah, we'll see what happens. And she looks to him. I'm going to hunt so much more than you. Okay, well.
Jesus, that delivery.
She's terrifying. You know what? You can take my spot. I'm done. I'm scared.
Whoa,
I'm the last horde.
Ito, we still have to find what did that to you.
I don't know. Maybe it was Nava. Yeah, what if it was? What are you going to do?
Oh, wow, okay. Well, I'm going to let you two figure that out.
And then suddenly, like, she uses her lizard folk ability to just go invisible. He's like, she's gone!
Don't freak out, Ito. It's going to be okay.
No, I know, I'm just kidding. Like, I know what lizard folk do.
Okay.
It's fine.
Well, bye, Nava, wherever you are. Bye, Ito. I love you both. I will be back.
I take care of yourself, Jack. Thank you for the hat.
You're welcome. You wear it well. And he'll go find his parents and say goodbye.
And your parents back at the house have, like, prepared food to go for you. Like, they've wrapped it up in, like leathers, like fish scales, kind of, that they've used to make, like, wrappings. Well, we're glad you came back at least one more time. And we're so glad that you're safe, and where are you off to next?
We're going back to the big city off to the west. We need to check in there and figure out what needs to be done. And then we'll be probably hopping back east past these mountains.
You get to see so much. That's so exciting.
Well, hopefully one day we can all be free to roam as I have.
Well, here's hoping, but we've had it pretty good.
I would agree with that. And the dragon said that he may stop by a couple more times to help in some transitionary period. So there's going to be some changes to the secrecy of the elders.
I'm so glad to hear that. Well, I suppose this also means that anybody coming after me is kind of out of a job, seeing as though we don't have anybody that needs to speak for the elders anymore.
Maybe.
Well, I'm sure we'll hear what happens whenever this transitionary thing goes through.
It will be for the better, I'm sure.
It wasn't so bad, but it wasn't so great, so I do agree. Well, we'll take it as it comes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have to run, but thank you for packing up all this food. It smells delicious.
Well, be sure to come back for when we make the next jerky next summer, so.
I will be here.
All right, stay safe. And they both just hug you and peck you on the cheek on each side.
Press my forehead to each of theirs, and then head out to the springs.
The whole lot of you head on down to the spring, where Huiyan and Nell are meditating. And Huiyan kind of senses your presence as you guys come. And he stands up. Nell, you might slip back a little bit and then like catch yourself. He's really comfortable to lean against.
I was like halfway tranced, like, whoa. So embarrassing. I never nap during the day.
Well, are you all ready then? Everything's in order for you all? Also, Dracul, for that weapon I gave you, you'll need to become focused with its energies in order to be able to get the full capacity of it. And also it is, if I must say so, a very cool weapon.
Thank you for parting with it. I hope I didn't take something from you that you will need.
I'll be fine. As...
Well, you are a dragon, so I think you'll be okay without it.
I wasn't going to say it. At least. No. Anyway. Shall we? And once again, he goes through that transformation process, becoming a crystal adult dragon once again. Asks you all to hop on his back. You take off into the skies once more. A little longer this time. Maybe 10 minutes. But eventually, you're back out in the storm. You get enough time to really let that cold settle in. But then you're out of the storm. But you're very close to the tops of the mountains. Like, he is, like, making sure he is kind of low to the ground in a way. So you're kind of swerving between some peaks. And he's following the mountains down. He tries not to get, like, beyond the actual edge of the mountain range. And there comes a point where eventually he sets you guys on a small path. Like, it doesn't really lead anywhere back way, but it'll be a rough walk down the rest of the mountain, but pretty close to where you'd wanted to get to the mines near Farm Hall. Well, if this is about as close as I'm going to get at the moment, so it shouldn't be too long for you to get down to the bottom from here.
Thank you for all of the help.
And thank you for your help. I wish you safe travels. And again, don't burn too brightly too quickly. But burn quickly enough.
Don't worry, we won't take too long.
All right.
Thank you, Huiyan.
And he bows his head to you like he's offering his forehead to yours. All right. Safe travels. And crawls up some of the mountainside and then kind of like launches himself up into the air, blasts with wings, and back into the storm he goes.
Honestly, other than like the 5 of you, that was the coolest person I've ever known.
I mean, unless any of you secretly transform into a dragon, like, he might take first place, not gonna lie. So,
Can't do a dragon. I can do this. and I will use a wild shape and become a deer.
Okay, what the fuck is going on?
Dear Zarya!
What's that, dear?
Magic.
You've at least been able to do this for like 24 straight hours, and this is the first time you've shown us?
I kind of buck my head up and down.
How
Yeah.
does that even feel? It must feel very strange. Having 2 legs and 4 legs.
Getting used to walking around. I can't communicate with you in any way. I was like,
Well, hopefully you can turn back. That'd be really strange if you could.
start panicking for a second.
Wow. Okay.
Roughly how long of a walk is it down to the mining area? Did you say?
Making sure you got careful step. It's probably going to be about an hour down the mountain from here.
Okay.
Not one to
Once
fall
we-
and die.
Once we make it a certain distance down, I'm gonna pull the shield out of the bag of holding and just say okay, you
No.
guys are gonna have to take my word on this, but we used to come here all the time as kids.
No,
and
you
it's
died yesterday.
It's totally fine. But we came to this area, so I think it's all good. Mountains don't change, really. And I sit
A
down.
classic saying.
I sit down. I take the other one out of the bag and just kind of put it next to me, and I get on the one I'm on next.
Drac will walk over.
It's more
I'll
fun
race
if you
you down
race.
as
Oh,
a
perfect.
deer.
Both people who can cast healing magic. It's all good.
Just saying, I'm not that big. There's space on this for more people if anyone wants.
There's not
Sorry,
a chance.
tobogganing?
Yes.
Yeah, count me in, Drac.
Let's go, Gideon. Okay.
Hey, you know what?
I will
if
as everyone's offering to race, I will I'm a medium-sized deer. I will offer to have Elwyn if she wants.
What are we doing? What about
We're
Abe?
going down the hill.
I have a shield.
yes, Abe.
I will get on your back, Azari, only because someone needs to be here when you all crash.
Oh my god.
And I run off at 150 feet of turn.
Oh god.
Oh my
What?
Well, 2 dashes.
Go.
Oh my god.
This is the worst.
I start trying to push myself down at the same time of trying to stop Abe from going.
He
lightning
just
deer.
starts running and then tries to land on his thing.
Oh, no.
mid-jump.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Drac will cast Gust of Wind behind him to propel himself.
Drac just cheats at everything. Every contest.
Could I have... Okay, so we've got Nell on one shield. Now could I have you make... Oh god, let's make it unfortunately, a dexterity vehicle handling check. I'm going to give you proficiency because you've done this in your past. I know it's not going to help you too much.
So what am I? Okay, what am I?
So, D20 plus your dex plus proficiency bonus.
Okay, so proficiency is 4 minus 1. Terrible. Absolutely.
What'd you get?
Don't want to talk about it. 3, so plus 3 is 6.
All right,
So
fantastic.
embarrassed.
Abe, you're on a shield by yourself as well. Go ahead.
So sorry, it was dice plus dex plus not proficiency for me? I imagine?
Yeah, not proficiency for you because this isn't in your background.
Okay, so that's a 12 with the minus 3.
With a -3? Oh my god.
I got a
Good
12.
lord.
on the dice,
Oh,
so
that's
it's a plus
right.
3.
Right, you're still recovering. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Drac and Gideon, either one of you can make the dex check, and I'm gonna give you advantage because Drac's cheating.
Naturally.
Naturally.
Hey, Drac, what's your dex, buddy?
Oh, it's. I think yours is better.
Okay. Fat dude. We're gonna roll.
You know what? I'm gonna have you both roll, and you take whichever
That's
the
fair.
two of you is greater.
I was gonna say you're putting a roll on Ryan's shoulders. I don't know if I'd do that.
I trust my boy.
Yes.
Ooh.
So Dex plus
But-
proficiency, you say?
Not proficient.
Dex plus D20 plus Dex.
Just
It's a Dex
D20.
check.
Okay.
I got a 6.
I got an 8.
So I like shoot
This is
backwards.
exactly what I
and-
was worried about.
We're too heavy. And yeah, we just start spinning. Like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, God.
Azarian, Elowen, you guys just hop your way down the mountain because you were smart enough not to use shields to do this. But you guys, those of you on shields, are careening your way down like rocky surfaces. You guys just having the time of your life. You guys got off a dragon, flew through a blizzard, and now you're like, let's surf down a mountain. Because sure, why not? Nell said it's okay, let's do it. And you guys bump your way down this mountain. Elowen and Azari, you guys are down there first. Like, you were like, nah, none of this. We'll be down here ready to patch any wounds because these guys are going to be dead.
Hundreds of years of wisdom.
And first down the hill is Abe, who comes sliding to a halt. And then, as he's still tired, kind of passes out. But then comes down, spinning circle Gideon and Drac, who bumps into Abe's shield and pushes him along. And now you get to the bottom of the hill, and your shield sticks into the ground, launching you forward.
Yeah.
And that's where we're going to end
Excellent.
tonight's session.
I literally visualized it. If you hadn't described that, I was gonna like hit Drac
big
and Gideon and then just like go fly.
Gideon is dizzy as shit. He's just gonna fall flat on his face. if he
I
tries
love
to
it.
stay.
Oh, my goodness. What a session. That was adorable. What a way to end that.
That
Yeah.
was cute.
Oh, wow. Thank you, everybody, so much for being here. That was a really cute episode, guys.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, what a comeback after last session.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like so wholesome after last session.
We all died. Let's go sledding.
Honestly, that's a mood though.
That's a mood. 100%.
Hey, thanks for being here, Colossus. Anybody out there, if you're watching and this is your first time, go check us out on YouTube. Trying to get to 200 subs just because we're wanting to keep the channel growing. All of our socials are in the Discord right now. I might have to update some of those. I'm definitely going to have to update some of those. Whoops.
Yeah.
The Instagram at least. Nope, the Twitter too. Whoops. Okay, well, the YouTube and the Discord are the important ones, and those are correct. So go click on those. We do this bi-weekly, so we'll be back here in 2 weeks' time, which I think is April 12th, I want to say.
Ooh,
April 9th.
Really?
April 9th.
Okay.
That's good, because the 12th's a Wednesday. I was completely wrong. Yeah. All right. Wow. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you to my players. You're always a delight to have around. So much fun to tell stories with. And we'll see you all in 2 weeks' time. Until next time, may you stay kind, stay happy, and as always, play nicely. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.